Oh, they give you an email with a code? Neat. All right. Now I'm going to sign out of Twitter because Twitter does not need me to be logged in. Logging out. You want to finish logging out faster, Twitter? There you go. Okay. Let's get started with year 246 of Longdeath. No, they send you a code according to DeBerry's. I actually want to play Control, but ironically, I'll probably play it through Game Pass and not through Epic. I did claim it on Epic, though. I do want to play Control at some point. I mean, it's a pretty solid little bonus, Flemmy, right? I mean, just like 1,000 fucking games. So yeah, go grab your Discord Nitro and then boost my Discord server and my team's Discord server, please. Help us out. Anyway, let's jump into your 246 of Dwarf Fortress, Longdeath. Continue working on that. It says that you get a code, so if that's correct, then yeah. I mean, that'd be nice if you don't need to download their version. So there's a dead dwarf just like sitting right there. I swear to God, I didn't kill them. They died of old age. It's early spring, like we are on the 2nd of spring, 2nd of granite. So I had 2 dwarves die of old age. Are we going to have a celebration at year 250? Well, technically it would be year 255 for 250. But, I mean, I could fire off some ballista arrows again. We could totally do that. Are we locked in the celebrate? Yeah, we are. Let's shut that off. Just let them go put those bodies away because I need to get those bodies out of there. But the current dwarves that are alive are Daturo, Jackneric, Axon, the Skoid, Belug, Taurus, Vimamel, Clay, Goffer II, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Formal, Chico, Trees, Tiny, Goliath, Ryan II, Ghost, Vinsati II, Black Hole, Kade, Blue Water, Peter, Cooler, Murchimal, Critty, nobody important, H2O, Flemmy, a bunch of unnamed merchants, Aquasar, Simplex, Abe, Stone, Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, LaFonda, Seeker, Beermanier, and of course, Bastet the third. And where goes that body? Let's just follow the bodies. Follow the bodies, as they say. Generate anything of note? Not in particular, no. You've been behaving yourself, which is more than I could say for some dwarves. Yeah, you've had a dwarf for a while. Where you go? Or haven't had a dwarf in a while? Did I not read? Normal. Flemmy. No, Freskins, you do not have a dwarf. You hear your name? I mean, you're cooler than everybody else, so obviously. Your health into a coffin. You stupid dwarf not clicking nitro button in Epic Store? That would be a stupid moment, yeah. Can confirm. I mean, we lost Quiveneer yesterday, which was very unfortunate. And that was very unfortunate because he fell off the wall. Although, frankly, it's about damn time that we drop somebody off the wall again because it's been too long since somebody died by falling off the wall, which is a pretty good way to die, I'm not going to lie. It's fitting that Cannon Fodder passed away. Yeah, you haven't had a dwarf in ages, Freskins, frankly. Did I disconstruct? No, I was deconstructing a bunch of tiles, and a diagonal tile ended up being the supporting factor, and it fell. and nobody was standing on it, but the flow pulled a dwarf over the thing, and they went splat. So and then I just did a controlled cave in because it was safer. Required repairing stuff, but I just did that instead. No, it was just me not paying attention more than anything. I thought I had it all set up just safely, but apparently not. Apparently not. Yeah, I was deconstructing the thing that was the roof covering for this, and a dwarf fell through this floor and went down and went splat up here. Which is a pretty big fall, especially if you don't have armor on. So, rest in peace, that. Besides, that was yesterday. That's in the past. So you can't laugh at me for something that I did yesterday. You had to have been there. Because in Dwarf Fortress, armor protects from fall damage. If you read combat logs, especially from things falling off of big ledges, if they have armor on, it describes that the shock was absorbed by the leather tunic or whatever. Clothing also helps absorb fall damage, oddly enough. But yeah, no, out of that big bundle, I would recommend you buy that bundle and play hack. Buy that bundle and play hack. So don't fall naked. Yeah, if you fall naked, you're definitely dead. Skyrogue's also good. Minute's good. Like just off this front page alone, play Skyrogue, play Minute, play Hack, play Anodyne, and play this, and then caught that, and fucking God. There's so many good games in here. Jesus Christ. That was free. Kingdom Come Deliverance was free on Epic a while ago. So if you're keen about grabbing Epic games, you might just have it. King wants 3 ballista arrows. It's like I've been meaning to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, but that's a game I know I'll never play. It's just too big of a game. Too big of a game. And the elves have arrived to trade, meaning we have somebody to trade with in a minute. I was about to say, like, did only one of them show up? No, 3 of them. 4 of them. Okay, 5 of them. There we go. Short bursts don't really work for you. Yeah, I mean, I just, no, in a world where I'm playing Longdeath, I don't have the ability to do that. No. That's not what pisses the elves off. The elves only get pissed at you if you chop down more than 120 trees a year, and that requires significant effort. even if you are like chopping down every single tree as it grows, it still requires effort. And the only other time they'll get pissed at you is if you try and sell them wood, and I just don't sell them wood. So they don't care if you have wooden furniture. They don't care if you chop down trees. It's just if you over chop down trees. And I sell them prepared meals in diorite and granite pots, and they love it. So no, I've been trading with the elves happily for like 200 plus years. Fortnite fans are paying for other games to get free games on Epic. I mean, Epic just has unlimited printable money. And as long as they're paying the developers decently, that they are giving for the ability to give those games away for free, it's like, I don't care. There's some really strange things in that bundle. I mean, there's also a lot of games in that bundle that are just free. Like, I'd say probably around 500 of those games are just free normally, or like $1. But like the like dozen or so like $20, $30 games in that bundle make that bundle more than worth it. I mean, there's also just like some soundtracks and game assets in there. Like there's definitely some weird stuff in there, but that's kind of what makes those bundles fun. It's like Christmas time. You get to dig through all these treasures. Great horned owl, horse, yak, tisk. It was mostly boring. I listened to some highlights from it. I didn't listen to the whole thing. But like whenever there was a really good highlight from it, it was very funny. Feels like thrifting. Yeah, kinda. It's like digging into a bunch of Rubbermaid containers at the thrift shop. Besides, at the end of the day, you're giving some money to a good cause. That's the primary. The games are a bonus. A vintage T-shirt, some plates, a weird cassette player, really scratched country records. Like, so my local thrift shop has just like this massive stack of records in the back corner, and they're all like very, very bad pop country from the 80s. Didn't buy a single one of them. I looked at all of them and thought about them for a bit. I need more ballista arrowheads. That's the problem, is we're out of ballista arrowheads. I need you to go manage work orders and get us more ballista arrowheads. Assuming I'm not out of wood. That would be the other problem. In which case, I'll chop down a handful of trees, which will be fine. Ooh, it might be wood. Nope, definitely not wood. Got plenty of wood. Take a photo of it and put it up on the music talk section of my Discord, and we'll tell you what it is. It's a video kit. Is it like a micro VHS? Because my immediate response when you said it's not the normal format was like, oh, it's probably an 8-track. But if it's a video cassette, then it might be a micro VHS. Because I've seen VHS micros. They're like that big, but they look like a VHS tape. Smaller than the palm of your hand. It's probably a VHS micro or like a I most commonly VHS micro tapes from my experience were mostly for like handheld camcorders, like for personal use. A lot of people had those. So it might be like something from like someone's home video thing. Or yeah, also like an answering machine tape too. Like there's also mini cassettes. Cassette minis were not ever particularly popular or widely adopted or used. Okay, so they are forging those ballista arrowheads. We're just trying to get those done so that the king doesn't put us into prison. I don't think I ever had a analog answering machine. I think the first answering machine we actually had was digital. Because I remember when my parents installed the first answering machine we got, and I'm pretty sure that it was digital. Although, just because we like, we were grumbling, someone was grumbling about, or Crazed was grumbling about Epic earlier. I do also think it's worth mentioning that people complain, or used to complain, that itch.io doesn't have a launcher. But the reason it didn't have a launcher for a really long time is because they're completely DRM free. Everybody wants DRM free, but then they get upset when they don't have a launcher. It's like having a launcher like is almost always instant DRM of some kind. I do think that that's really funny. Like, I know a lot of people who for a really long time refused to use itch because I didn't have a launcher. I think that that's really funny. Yes, but the majority of stuff on Steam has a form of DRM, being that the Steam launcher. But yes, you can set up Steam to not have DRM free. I'm just simply talking about the fact that the way most launchers work is immediate DRM. Everybody says that, and then, like it's kind of the same for good old games too. Like I've met people who refused for a really long time to use good old games because they either A, couldn't figure out how to launch their games through Steam, which you can do, or B, it didn't have a launcher. But now that they have GOG Galaxy, which is their own launcher, which also still doesn't give DRM, people use it. It's like, I don't know. People confuse me. And then they get mad when other companies make launchers. It's like, what? Make up your damn minds. Like, you people, I'm getting mixed messages. Like, what do the people want? It's almost like people don't know what they want in most cases. That's kind of the message I get, is that people just don't actually know what they want. And then people are just like, oh, you should ask your audience. And then I'm just like, but they don't know what they want. It's difficult to get some older games working the first time. Sure, but like that's often not what we're talking about. We're often talking about new games. People want package managers? No, totally. Like, people don't want to just, like, have a game installed on their desktop anymore. Imagine that, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. I just think it's kind of funny is all. And it amuses me. I just think it's kind of funny and it amuses me. You know, I totally understand disliking console exclusivity, Frog for Hire. Like that's the form of exclusivity that I fully understand. Like I totally understand why it's like, oh, I'm mad that this is a Xbox platform exclusive. That I understand. But as a PC person who's played games on computer, who has had games from private websites, games from their own launchers, Steam, itch.io, good old games, and now I guess PC Game Pass, and I used to buy games on Desura. I used to buy games. I bought games on Game Jolt. Who the fuck uses Game Jolt? I like, if it exists, I probably own a handful of games on that platform. And I've just kind of been in that situation for such a long time now that it's just the reality of my life. So I like just another storefront is just like, Animal, if you have the ability to give $5 to Palestine and get a bajillion games. Found the cassette. Take a screenshot of it or a photo of it and chuck it up on music. How you doing, Animal? How's things? It's just a weird hill to die on, I guess. Okay, why? We have plenty of arrowheads. So what's the actual issue here? I think the actual issue is they don't know where the logs are. Okay, so what I'm going to do actually is I'm just going to hack down some of these trees. Not too many, just a couple. Supply chain issues? I think that's what it is. I think they just don't realize that I have a whole bunch of logs in an area. Because, like, nothing's canceling. Try just doing that manually, because I was doing it through the manager, but... Okay, the first one canceled. I'm assuming the other two are going to cancel? Yeah, it's got to just be the... Yeah, that looks like a mini VHS mini. I used to use those for a giant, like, VHS camcorder. Like the bottle cap for scale. But yeah, that looks just like a VHS mini. Stuff too far away from the assigned dwarf? I don't know. It is a little odd. Because they're like usually when I run into this problem, it's because we're out of ballista arrowheads. Let's try adding wheelbarrows to that and see if that works. Yeah, it's old video stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow, big day. Furniture will start to arrive. Ooh. Do you have like nowhere to sit or sleep or stand or eat right now, animal? Because that's always a big problem, yeah. Only in your old home? Oh boy. Yeah, that's the fun bit. Yeah, Animal's been moving this month. So it's been a long. You made do with two foldable long. How long have you been making do with two foldable long, like, garden chairs? Because when I moved into this apartment way back, it was like 2 weeks before we had a bed. It's not worth it. Do not digitize that tape. I will just tell you that right now. Do not digitize that tape. Unless it's like a personal heirloom, do not fucking bother. Absolutely do not bother. Unless like it has like the only known footage of like your great grandfather on it. Like just do not bother. Talking to folks that say furniture is 20 weeks out when you order it? What? That's inhumane. Like, that's kind of absurd. Now, is that just because, like, pandemic delays, or is there, like, more reasoning for that? And you're deadly curious? In before, it's just like a sex tape. But yeah, no, I would, I don't know. I wouldn't be too curious about that personally. A lot of that stuff can seem a lot cooler than it actually is. Let's get Odd Dom here on woodcutting. Let's go pick up an axe and go get woodcutting, please. Material shortages? Yeah. I don't know. So something that I've noticed a little bit of with various material shortages, and I don't know if this is like the case for everywhere in the world, but at the very least around here, I've seen a lot of like small local businesses popping up. Yeah, I think like the charm of what it could be is probably cooler than what's actually on the tape. Flemmy. It's probably cooler than what's actually on the tape. But anyway, there's where's the wording that I was looking for here? There's I've seen a lot of homegrown business pop up recently. Specifically, like, there's a guy who's just like started a business out of his garage since the start of the pandemic, who's like, I don't know, 9 blocks that way or so, up in the area where I walk, which is just kind of like a subdivision. So it's just like a lot of like, you know, houses, right? And I walk up there every now and again. This guy started his own business just out of his garage. He repairs lawnmowers. And he's been doing it, like, I think he was, like, unemployed at the start of the pandemic, and this guy's been doing it since the pandemic started. He's just repairing lawnmowers. Like, that's literally all he does, is just he's just repairing lawnmowers. Because at the start of the pandemic, there was one lawnmower repair shop in, like, my area that immediately shut its doors when the pandemic started because they couldn't cope with regulations. And a lot of big department stores shut down for a bit. And he's just, like, I guess, built up, like, a route of regulars since the start of the pandemic. And, yeah, see, now it was a weird wood shortage. That's bizarre, because I have wood chopped. Weird. Wait, can they not use tower caps? Like, does it have to be, like, tree trunks for ballistas? I thought that they could use mushroom wood. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's literally just, like, a thing that this guy's been doing since. And it's like he's now got a really nice, like, printed sign. Like, initially it was literally, like, written on, like, a cardboard box, like, fixing lawnmowers. It's like $9 an hour or something, which is, like, way below minimum wage. His price has gone up. He's now up to, like, $18 an hour. But it's like him and two guys out in his garage, and you can see them working, like, on lawnmowers. It's like, obviously often enough that there's work, because there's always a couple of lawnmowers in the guy's driveway. So obviously enough that lawnmowers break. But he's usually the ones that he's working on are, like, these older, like fully cast iron things, because they're always being used. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like ones that are owned by private contractors. But you'd think, like, they'd repair their own lawnmowers. I don't know. And got bored already? Yeah, that'll happen. You're too old for that. No, E3 is fun to watch if you're watching other people watch E3. I mean, Sui's streaming E3 if you want to watch somebody play play E3. If you want to watch somebody do E3 stuff. Sui's watching E3, I think, with Kiri and FG. Yeah. That's a really dizzying stage. Holy shit. I got dizzy just, like, glancing at the stream. But, yeah. Someone else to fix them? Yeah, totally. I mean, I guess it depends on how much of your own labor in that regard you do. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, I hope to see more of that stuff, you know? It's also kind of like, you know, a friend of a friend, Nathan, who makes custom furniture for a living, went from, like, doing quite well. Like, he was doing quite well before the pandemic. Just, like, you know, he'd make, like, 1 or 2 pieces of furniture a month just for people. Since the pandemic happened, he's bought his own shop and is, like, he's hired multiple employees and has, like, quintupled his orders every month. He makes custom furniture. Like, you give him a design and he builds it for you. So it's not cheap. Like, you want to buy a $5,000 dresser, this guy will build it for you. But it's like, that's the sort of thing that I'm seeing pop up more and more since the pandemic. And I don't know. I hope that we see some more of that. It feels like things that my dad used to, or would always, like, be reminiscent about that we don't have anymore, which is just like, oh, you know, like, if you want to start a business, you just go do it. And I feel like there's, like, kind of an opportunity for that to happen again, at least for a bit, because of shortages. But I think in order for more of that, as Aqua says, to actually be successful, we need people to just kind of, like, all unanimously agree to stop buying from Walmart, but also have the money to be able to not buy from Walmart. That's the problem, is, like, you know, like, I have this dresser right here, right? This dresser was $80 from IKEA. If I were to buy a custom dresser, I wouldn't be able to afford, like, the $5,000 that it would cost for that. So, you know. Oh, they will. Absolutely. Oh, they will. It's the type of business you're hoping to actually start eventually? I mean, I had to start my own business because I was tired of only being able to be hired by big business. Here I am. And often the only place to buy things. Yeah, I'm fortunate that, like, I have options outside of Walmart. Very, very, very fortunate to have options outside of Walmart. I know exactly what YouTuber you're talking about, Flemmy. Bone crafts. Because we're butchering a whole bunch of unicorns. So we'll make a bunch of bone crafts. Way more. It's giving us the ability to, as they say, I mean, post it on the Discord and off topic or on topic, Flemmy. I just don't really want it in the chat. Just post it on the Discord. But it's relevant, so I don't really care. It's more of a, hey guys, I'm gonna go stream now. Here's a link. Bye. That's the kind of thing I'm trying to avoid. But like, link to a documenting YouTube video, that's fine. Like, it's on topic. We're talking about it anyway, so. Let's see if it's the one I was thinking of. Yep, it is indeed the one I was thinking of. I've seen that video. Do understand your attitude towards such things is one of the reasons you enjoy supporting this channel. I mean, I am extremely fucking privileged. You know, like, I'm not rich, but I'm extremely fucking lucky. There's a lot of people, rather, not a lot of, that's the wrong word. There's a lot of people in the world who, are in such a space that they wouldn't be able to afford to buy groceries at the place I buy groceries. Because the place I buy groceries, like, my weekly groceries, if I were to buy the exact same things at Walmart, buying the Walmart brand and all that, would cost me about maybe $26 a month. The place that I buy groceries at costs me almost double that, or not per month, per week. So I spend about $46 on groceries a week, when I could spend closer to 30. All right? So I could save that extra money, but I am in the fortunate position of not needing a car. You just wanted to see the counter change? I mean, it'll go up. Thank you very much for gifting us up. I will acknowledge that in a second. So I am in the fortunate position of being somebody who makes below minimum wage, but because I make below minimum wage and I don't own a car, I have extra headroom to be able to do things that I wouldn't be able to if I owned a car. If I owned a car, I probably wouldn't be able to stream full time. Like, it's almost partially because I'm disabled and live somewhere that has free healthcare that I'm able to do the stuff that I do. So I am in a not super unique position, but a relatively lucky position at the very least. Also, Henwad, enjoy the ad-free viewing for 30 days. Thank you very much to Flemmy for chucking a sub out into the wild. Thank you much. I tell people that every day. And it's funny because, like, I watch F1. And I also believe that, like, fucking automobile culture should fall apart. But I also watch cars race. It's like, but then again, I don't own a horse. But there's many people who don't own horses and watch horse racing. So, you know, I don't know. But, you know, like here's the thing, right? Wave depletion. It's easy for me or you to say, potentially, that automobile culture should die as people that live in or around pretty big cities. But for somebody who lives, like, middle of buttfuck nowhere, Texas, that's kind of difficult. Because, like, your grocery store is a 40-minute drive away, you know? So it really depends on where you are. No, I completely agree, Barry's. I completely agree. You know, like, parking lots should get smaller and transit hubs should get bigger. And as my dad said, if every single person in the world who drives a car drives an electric car, and the majority of people are using transit, there will be more than enough motor fuel for a couple like drag races a year. Like, we have more than enough fossil fuels to like keep drag racing and Formula One and all that shit just up and running and making the security and safety for our vehicles that we're driving the rest of the time safer. Like, we have that. Also, go give some money to Palestine and well, to Palestine Aid, and buy 1,000 games. I'm gonna be doing that a lot. It's gonna upset the YouTube people, but that's okay. They're not hydrogen yet, but ask them that again in like 2030. I mean, they're already hybrids for F1, so they're kind of halfway there. But like, I've been watching Extreme E, which is literally like electric vehicles. That's like electric vehicles off-road racing, and it's stupid. It's extremely dumb, but I enjoy it. Considering the original goal for Extreme E was they wanted to make pod racing, which I think is kind of amazing. No, you're thinking of, is that a giant graveyard? This? No. This is a giant graveyard. This is a giant graveyard. This is my catacombs. No, those are just statues. No, it's not the Australian solar car race. You're thinking of something else. No, here, I'll give you a link to Extreme E. Although they do have like the worst website on the fucking planet. Biofuel? I hate biofuel, dude. No, Extreme E is like the racing for equality global. Yo, we race in some of the most endangered parts of the world and leave it cleaner than it was when we got there racing series. That's brand new. That's done 2 races. Can you desecrate graves after a while once everyone who knows them died themselves? Or is there a reason to keep graves around? Well, ghosts will come to haunt you. But I mean, like, you could throw them out and just memorialize them with a gravestone. I don't really see the point, though. It's kind of fun keeping all the bodies around. Or at the very least, I think it's kind of fun keeping all the bodies around. They do, but they rot away in a reasonable amount of time, so they rot down to bone in like a year. And then the skeleton takes like hundreds of years to rot. So eventually the skeleton will rot down. Meph was posting screenshots a while ago. I could go digging for it if you want, of the Steam version where there's like I think it was 14 different states of decay. So 14 different sprites for things after they've died for every single sprite in the game. Different states of like them rotting. I mean, everything in RimWorld is just like incredibly unrealistic and sped up, so yeah. I don't know. I don't like comparing this to RimWorld, but people know that already. Let the bodies stay on the floor. Hopefully they don't hit the floor, because I need more dwarves. We only have 31 dwarves and 47 total. No, because the tomb is still owned by that person, even if the skeleton is gone. A tomb will still be assigned to it, and if I unassign it, then the ghost can come and haunt me. So if I were to go and delete all of those tombs and flip all the coffins over and desecrate them all and unassign them all, we'd have an army of ghosts show up here, and this fort would become very haunted. You have to move, I guess? I mean, I have one layer that isn't filled with graves yet. One layer. Like, all those coffins around the edges, is all that I've got, and I could absolutely just build on another layer. So like that's not a problem. Ghost army? That wouldn't be an army because they'd just terrorize my dwarves. I only had that bug once where I had a ghost join my army. I only had that bug once, and I haven't been able to replicate it, and I tried. So Paradox is hiring a content marketing manager, and I am not buying that. Or not applying for that. I don't want to be a content marketing manager. That's not how it works, Flemmy. Well, like, without going into too much detail, that's not how it works. Like, without going into annoying amounts of semantics, that's not how it works. I don't know. I mean, actually, you know what it probably is? It's probably just a new position opened up because Paradox is constantly expanding. I need to take a piss. I'll be back in a sec. You're wondering if I have any stone lying around? Well, it's a unit system. I have this stockpile up here that's got rocks in it. That's boulders. That's all metal ore, and the game is saving, so I can't do anything for a second. But like this fortress is like it feels like thousands of years old, thousands of hours old. It feels like at this point even. So I mean, I don't really have any lying around anywhere except for like this room, because I power through it pretty quick. Ugh. Very few things in Dwarf Fortress are as weaponizable as I think people think they should be. I'll put it that way in regards to the Ghost Army comment, because very few things in Dwarf Fortress are actually as weaponizable as people want them to be. All right. Yeah, I mean, I got storage piles, like, but most of my stuff just kind of gets emptied out really quickly. Like, there's some vertical stockpiles of stone right there, but, like, I mean, yeah. It's not something that I have super frequently, or have a lot of super frequently, because I use it quickly. Because this fortress is so big and so old. I mean, like, all of this is constructed with stone blocks, right? So when you have this many stone blocks that have just been used on things, you run out of stone. Like, I actually ran out of gneiss while building this and had to, like, go get more. I also ran out of diorite a couple of times and had to just go mine out more and make more blocks because, like, I'd run out of space. Do dwarves trade with one another, or is the economy do dwarves trade from faction to faction? Sometimes. It depends on how close they are. Currently, I'm only trading with one dwarven faction, but I've definitely like traded with other dwarven factions in other worlds. This current world, I'm mostly just trading with every single human and elven faction, and my mountain home. But it depends on the world. Oh, in your fortress, there is no economy in the fortress. Dwarves are socialist. They get paid in food and beer. So yeah, they just take what they need. Or everything if they're greedy. There was a economy system where every dwarf got paid for a while in the game, but it was not good. It kind of broke kind of quick, so they got rid of it. What are you doing? You're making charcoal. Does that mean I have like nobody making charcoal? Yeah, King, you can have a new job. You're gonna go help us with wood burning. Yeah, no, so Dwarf Fortress had a capitalistic economy in it at one point, but what's funny is it actually was a very good simulation of how fucking broken capitalism is, because what would end up happening is you'd have one greedy dwarf who would just like overcharge for everything and end up with all of the money. And then you'd have to just keep printing more money, which would devalue money, and then you'd have to have so much money that the game would crash to a halt frame rate wise because there was so many like individual coins changing hands and the amount of time it took for stuff to happen. So it's like Dwarf Fortress was kind of an example of why why capitalism in economies is busted, and then they took it out. They'll probably put it back in at some point, but also buy 1,019 games and send aid to Palestine. You can see how programming a comprehensive economy or reform system would be a pain in the butt. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those features where whenever people mention it to Tarny's always like, oh yeah, that'll come back someday. Someday? Like, it's always kind of a, oh yeah, that one. About that. So it's always just kind of a, yeah, about that feature. Well. Maybe we'll fix that one day. But I don't know. I'm not. That's not a mechanic I'm starving for anytime soon. I'm totally fine with the dwarves just kind of being a helpful little society from fortress to fortress. Well, like I said, and this is the thing that I always say to people who have those problems, Diamond. It's a problem that you have made for yourself. And if you don't have a credit card and, like, literally in order to live over here, you need a credit card. Literally in order to live over here, you need a credit card. So it's one of those, like, it's a problem that I can't help you with because it's a problem that I solved ages ago by getting a fucking credit card. No paperwork's arrived yet. Give it 3 months. It's literally like something I have no ability to help you with. So complaining to me won't get you anything. Yeah, our new royal treasurer. Hawk left too quickly. It was a weirdly short period of time for that one human treasurer. Unicorn bone crown? Yeah, whenever I mass slaughter my animals, I mass make some crafts. So because I get bajillions of bones, so might as well make like 500 crafts. The finest of crowns, you know it. You know it. Those have significance to crafters. You must keep them. Nope. Even no item has significance to anybody. You can get rid of them. The thing is, if you destroy them, like if you smash them with a drawbridge or throw them into lava, the dwarves will get upset. But if you sell them, they don't care. Dwarves believe in trade and commerce. So selling things is good. And if we make things of value and sell it to somebody else, that's also good. We're the mountain home. Oh, great. I can't export crowns. Right. Ay, 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 ay. There we go. Get all that brought in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't care if you sell it. It's a family heirloom, but they don't care if you sell it. I think at some point they will, but currently they don't. Shall now be rat jam. Excellent. Everybody's gonna have animated icons for a minute. Also, you can use all the animated emotes on my Discord now. Also, apparently my the Halcyon Frequency community server just or now has the ability to have an animated icon. It's kind of neat. Because FG just boosted it. Oh, guess what, chat? Jurassic World Evolution 2! Nobody cares, right? This is what I mean by a lot of games are going to get announced over the next few days. It'll be trash like the first one was. But Tedgism says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood logs. Though the Absolute Realm is Sandy Tome. I did put a screenshot of this person into the Discord. Was this person's hair also Sandy Taupe? I can't actually remember. Tedgism says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Also, Aqua, I don't know if you're lurking right now, but your dwarf was a little whiny, so I put you in the military, and now you're no longer whiny. You're learning how to spear. You still feel self-pity because you have no friends, but now you know how to spear, and that makes you happy. You were sparring earlier. Yeah. No, you're. It was kind of funny because I was like looking for examples of like how to fix dwarves' moods and found and like you were the random dwarf that I selected and realized that you were about to become like probably a down flashing red arrow because of all of your sad feelings. So I just went and chucked you in there. It was fine. Root Trample Market. The 6th royal treasure of Longdeath. Root Trample Market. Do you think that Trample Market is like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Walmart? Trample Market. We trample out all the other markets. There's no markets left because we trampled them. I feel like Trample Market would be like, that we take over all of the other markets by force market. If you try and make a market near Trample Market, we will literally cut your market in half. All right, let's buy all of this good wood. Also, I love that we've been pondering cauterization for a while. Get trampled to death at our market. It's the best kind of market. The market where you die. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the /r games subreddit right now. Because I want to see new shit as it pops up. 2 Point Campus was officially announced. Sable actually has a release date now, which is a game I want to play. Salt and Sanctuary is getting a sequel called Salt and Sacrifice. To anybody who gives a shit, Tiny Tina's game was announced. Bunch of Vicky 3 news. I'm just kind of scrolling. All right. Something Payday? Is there a Payday game coming out? Or are you saying that today is Payday? I'll buy those rose gold bars from the humans. Let's see, is there anything else interesting? Chat, do you guys think 2 Point Campus is going to be any good? Did anybody here actually like 2 Point Hospital? Holy shit, I just tab over and I see Painkiller. What? They're making a new Painkiller? They're making a new Painkiller. I'm excited. Payday popped up when you jumped over the screen? That would be cool if they made a new Painkiller. Although they'd probably wreck it. I wouldn't trust anybody to make a new Painkiller in the current day. Even People Can Fly. I don't know if anybody here liked Painkiller, but Painkiller was basically just like, yo, it's heavy metal and then really, really, really stupid guns the first-person shooter. It's like, do you want a gun that just shoots out a stick on a chain, and you shoot the stick out, and then it sticks into the enemy, and then you pull them back with on the chain, and then saws come out of the gun, and you cut them up with the saws in melee range? They had just announced they wanted to make a new game in that franchise. Well, that'd be cool. I doubt it'll ever actually happen, but that'd be cool. Left 4 Dead, but weird aliens? What? I don't know what I'm looking at here. No, the video game Painkiller. The video game Painkiller. Just go look up Painkiller Hell and Damnation on Steam. It's like, it's the game that the guys who made oh fuck, what's the name of that game that came out recently? That's a third-person shooter and has really unique build options, but people either love it or they hate it. Outriders. It's those guys. They also made Bulletstorm. It's those guys. I'm just half staring at Sui's stream here. Just kind of seeing trailers and commenting on them. MMO shit, don't care. Don't out that one. How many people in the chat right now actually have the stream up? I mean, I have the stream up with subtitles on. I don't know if that counts. I mean, it's not like the dwarves are doing that much interesting. We're just trading crafts, so. Mostly figurines. Right, yeah, Death. I forgot about Death. Yeah, I mean, they live longer, the outpost liaisons. The outpost liaisons live longer. It's this weird little, like, clockwork world that we've got running. That's kind of what Dwarf Fortress is. It's like, oh, look, it's this beautiful little world that where everything just kind of fits together. You decided to number your drawings now separate on the humans and dwarves since they're both sandy top. Yeah, true. Just so they're easier to immediately tell apart. Yeah. Also, investments are open, chat. Yeah, Hawk was an interesting standout. Makes me wonder where Hawk was from originally. Wondering, like, if he was from, like, some part of the world that we don't communicate with as much. Something like that, just because of the different hair color. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is Vampire the Masquerade, right? Yeah, it's Vampire the Masquerade. Which apparently is in some development shit. Didn't they, like, boot the studio off that game? I don't know. Unless this is something else. Looks like vampire. Smells like vampire. It's probably vampire. I have this weird feeling that Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is just going to end up, and like I say this as a positive thing, it's going to end up being Dishonored, but with guns, like modern guns. I just, from what I've seen of that game. You sure are watching a lot of this for complaining you don't care about E3. E3 is fun. Fuck off, dude. It's stupid, like, video game advertisements, but, like, okay, no, it's a different thing. They're making a Vampire the Masquerade fucking multiplayer game. What? Fuck that. Stop. The hell? This is why I'm not on Sui's stream. Because Sui's probably being all happy and positive about this shit. And I'm just sitting here like, fuck that. Fuck that. That looks stupid. Fuck that. Nobody cares. Fuck off. I'd be curious to know what their takes on things are, Animal versus my takes on things. Because I have them muted. I can't hear them. Although I could just go pop into their voice for a second and just, like, talk smack. It's like, oi! Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, of course you do. Like I said, literally, in order to survive being a legal adult where I live, Diamond, you need a credit card. So the fact that you live somewhere where you don't need a credit card, that's a massive bonus. Just don't complain when you, like, once in a while need a credit card for a thing that you can't then take part in. It's like, really, like, that's on you for living somewhere where you have the life benefit of not needing a credit card. I have no idea. I'm not a Paradox game guy, so I will step back and smile on that one and just be like, they made the meme. You memed it into existence. Congrats, everybody. Hopefully you like it. So hopefully people like Vicky 3. That's all I have to say about Vicky 3, because I do not know. I didn't play Vicky 2. Don't really care. So I'm looking at the /art games subreddit, and this is a comment on the Bloodlines 2 post. Or not Bloodlines 2, Blood Hunt, which is a game that's based on Bloodlines 2's engine that is a multiplayer competitive thing. And the first comment I see is, what the fuck was that? And you know what? I kind of agree. What the actual fuck? I'm so confused. What is investing here? Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and when investments are open, they're not right now. You can type an exclamation point invest and then the number of tickets you would like to invest. Oh, more Dark Pictures stuff. Okay. Pre-order now. Is as long as they give 2 a facelift with HP mod attached, everyone will be happy. I mean, isn't that kind of what people want? Is they more just want 2, but pretty? Like, that's from like the little bits of Shen that I've seen talk about that game, is that they just want 2 but pretty. All right. Where's my mayor at? Manager is trading. What is this blasphemy? I mean, don't pre-order anything. But what you should do is go give $5 to Palestinian aid and get 1,000 games. And then if you want to know what we're talking about the E3 streams that are going on in the background. Gremlin from Air, yes, I agree. We're talking about the E3 streams that are going on in the background. I was being sarcastic and saying pre-order now because you can pre-order Dark Pictures Anthology, whatever the fuck, Magicicator thingy with a bajillion discs and a goddamn statue. That's all. That's all. How's things, Orange? All right. How many statues do I have right now? None. Okay, so I have placed all the statues. Let's do another round of lead statues. Hmm. Two Ettins, a short sword, puzzle box, 6 dwarves. Da 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 da. Why can't I find this now? Where did it go? Like the Eternal Spear was what I called it, right? There it is. It's up top. Okay. To the States next week? They're probably more vaccinated than we are up here, for whatever it's worth, Orange. So I don't think you need the hazmat suit, but bring your mask, as you should. Summer Game Fest brought to you by Prime Gaming. I mean, hey man, we live in the future. We live in the future. 'Tis the future. You're just worried you'll catch Flat Earther. Where are you going? Fucking, like... What part of the States are you going to? There's much... I mean, you're much more likely to catch Catholicism going to the States than fucking Flat Earther. You're much more likely to catch creationist theory. Actually, you know, it's kind of funny that I say that because I was listening to the Giant Bombcast this morning when I was making my breakfast. And, oh, Mississippi? Yeah, okay. Never mind. I agree. I'll be worried. I was listening to Giant Bombcast, and one of the hosts, that they were doing emails, and somebody sent in an email which was just a flat question of, what is something that you grew up believing and then realized was just bullshit and a lie? And the first thing that Danny O'Dwyer, who's been guest hosting on a bunch of episodes, just blurted out, Jesus Christ! It was just very funny. I spat out my coffee this morning before I started streaming. I literally just like lifting my cup up like this. I just went back into my mug. It was just so perfectly timed. It was very funny. Well, that game looks cute. Don't know what it is. Planet of Flana? They should call it Planet of Flannel. Also, apparently, there's an escape for Tarkov from Tarkov, not for Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov map teaser trailer #3. So, to those of you who care. Oh, Overwatch 2 news. Nobody cares. Time to tune out. I mean, right now I'm watching the video game news, but that's totally fine, right? Oh boy, Overwatch 2. Its cuteness intensified. The other one looked cute. Don't get me wrong. The other one looked like a good game, but Overwatch 2. Bzz. And one of the people I was with just said without missing a beat my gender. Yeah, that's fair. Touche. Touche. You're overwatching that game? I genuinely forget that Overwatch exists. Like, genuinely forget that Overwatch exists. But then whenever I do remember Overwatch exists, I remind myself, right, yeah, I don't like that game. And the reason I don't like that game is because it helped popularize loot boxes as a main mechanic of money making in PC gaming, and made it air quotes accessible and acceptable. I mean, the Overwatch shouldn't be a video game. It should just be like an hour and 40-minute long Pixar style movie, and I'd be much more interested. Craze, much more interested. But because don't get me wrong, like those animated shorts they make. But then again, I feel that way about Diablo as well. It's like they could never make another Diablo game and just put out those like 9-minute short films once every 8 months, and I'd be like super happy. I will never play Diablo 4. I think that's the one. Yeah, they're making Diablo 4, right? I would never play Diablo 4, but I will gladly watch all of their trailers for Diablo 4. Gladly. It's like I kind of have no interest in that game, but they have some very, 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 very talented animators over at Blizzard, but some very, 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 very shitty business people in suits on the same floor. What year is it? 2040 or 246. 241 years old. I mean, actually, what I'm looking forward to, Orange, is that, yeah, you were like 15 years off. I'm really looking forward to that Nintendo Super Mario Brothers movie that's like animated. I'm kind of looking forward to that. I won't pay like more than $5 to see that movie, but I will totally watch that movie whenever it comes out and it's available and accessible. I will gladly watch that movie. But, you know. Keeps the suits and the devs on the same floor, bad idea. I mean, they don't do that, but it seems that way. Because, like, the marketing department and the money department and the level design and the artists all are basically, like, holding hands developing Overwatch, because it's, like... My favorite excuse for from people who play a lot of Overwatch is like, oh, well, you don't need to buy any of those loot crates. It's like, yes, but they are so perfectly marketed at you that it's incredibly hard to resist buying them. And then, like, they'll put out a limited run thing where it's like, oh, this, you know, particular event is only going to last a month, and there's half a dozen skins that you might really want from this particular event, and they're only available for this month, and you can't just fucking buy them. It's like you could actually, I don't know what you mean, Frog. I will say this about Overwatch. If Overwatch 2 comes out and there's no loot boxes and all of the skins are just a la carte, like, I don't care if they're $30 a skin, just as long as it's you can buy the thing from a store. A la carte, not Alucard. A la carte. Buy a thing by putting it into your cart. Not a la carte. I realize they're very similar words. A la carte. If you can pick a thing and buy it instead of having to go into a fucking casino to get the thing, I would have no issues with it. What's up with Castlevania? That Netflix show was okay for the first season, at least. I hear it got good again, but the second season was so fucking boring. Holy God. I never watched the third or fourth seasons, so. I mean, that's a very different kind of cart, Electric Soul. Season 3 was something. I hear that they just kind of started making shit up at a point and it got weird. I'm seeing... I tabbed over and I'm just seeing anime. What's happening? Is this like Pokemon, but it's dragons? What am I looking at here? Oh, wait. Is this one of those Monster Hunter Stories things? Is that what this is? That's what this looks... This looks like Monster Hunter's thingies. Monster Hunters. Reddit, please tell me what this is. Nothing interesting. Monster Hunter Stories 2. Yay, I was right. I mean, I was totally satisfied after just the first season of Castlevania. Like, if they never put another episode for that show, I would have been totally happy. Yeah, at the point where the story became Keep Dracula Dead, you were like, I don't know, Dracula seemed kind of cool. Like, I don't know. The coolest fucking character in that show was Dracula, so... But I don't know. I think I'm probably done with that show. Also, I wonder... Sultan Sanctuary, this sequel, doesn't seem to have a Steam page yet. Oh, pfft. I didn't actually put my age in correctly. Yeah, doesn't have a Steam page yet. I wonder if it's going to be for sale on Steam. I wonder. Oh, now there's a band playing. Okay. Well, you know, at the very least, it's still E3. It was just like, oh, now there's just a band playing for some reason. But that's the problem with the second... That's the problem that I had with the second season of that show is there wasn't enough gore and like violence. There wasn't enough gothic violence. Like the first season was like awesome. Like there was people burning at the stake and like whole towns going up in flames. And then after that, it was just like, well, I don't know. It just stopped being cool after a bit. What, like a big old family photo stone? I mean, it wasn't even interesting. Here's the thing with political intrigue. If you're going to do political intrigue in a TV show, you have to do good political intrigue that's entertaining and fun to watch. That wasn't any of those things. It was just boring. Was the problem with Castlevania season 2. And then I never watched season 3 because I was so bored after season 2. It felt like, oh, fuck, we ran out of story in the first season, is what it felt like. The gist that I get from people's reviews of that show is if they did season 1, season 3, and then ended it, it would have been good, but it's not what they did, so. Can't ask for that, because that's not what they did. What do we do now, right? Yeah, it's like, oh shit, we got renewed, guys. We're popular. Crap. I wonder how often that happens. Like, I've never worked in any kind of TV capacity, so I do actually wonder how often that happens, where they're just like, well, let's go all out in the first season because we probably won't get renewed, and then they get renewed, and they're like, oh shit. Or where they're like, we'll definitely get renewed, and then they don't, and they're like, oh. Yeah, you know, a family photo of middle-aged men who drank in Longdeath for a living because they spent half their year here every year. It's called being a politician. Hey, Sigil. Feels like mini anime to you. First season good, and then lots of filler. Yeah, I don't know how that in. I mean, it's part of the reason I don't watch many shows now. Like my favorite shows are shows that are like it's a limited series, so it's designed to just be a single season thing. I really like those. Like I really like the limited series that Netflix does. I really like kind of anthology series where it's like I can just kind of pick and choose the good seasons. You know what I mean? Like I really enjoy the series American Horror Story because it's like, oh, it's just like every season is a different setting and a different story and a different family and a different group and like a different set of tropes, and autumn has come, so it's paperwork time. So I really, 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 I'm into that kind of stuff. But like, and that's one of the reasons I love like Love, Death, and Robots is because like every episode is like its own contained thing. And I love that. I love that kind of format for television. But like, the reason I've completely fallen out of anime and cartoons as well is because it is like, as Sigil just said, it's like it's a lot of filler, and like a lot of just like, well, we got to fill out hours because we need to have another 9 seasons of this. It's like, eh. It's like it's the reason I'll never get into The Simpsons. It's like I realize there's lots of really good shit in The Simpsons, but I will never get into it because there's just so much. Oh, did you look at that? They're both here. There's one. And there's our other one. They both made it. Don't get scared by Wolverines this year, damn it. Two scantily clad hot anime boys, please. Yeah, I saw it. I watched it the day it released. I watched every episode the day it released and went to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning because of it. And didn't realize that it released that day until, like, 11:30 at night. So I started at, like, 11:30 at night. I mean, it's just actually F1. The berries. That's all that shonen anime is. It's F1. Now that the TV series are binged, it's really obvious that there is bad writing. That too. Yeah. No, absolutely. Since binging TV is way easier now. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. I mean, F1 is just dudes, skinny European dudes in very tight clothing racing fast cars. That's all it is. So like I'm to the point where like I'm actually kind of surprised that there isn't more like professional car racing anime. It's like, yeah, I mean I've seen Initial D, but means dangerous, so they're assessing the danger. I don't know if you got it, but scrolled. Or rather maybe I need to scroll up because I scrolled down halfway through talking because I kind of figured you had it, but then you typed something in, so maybe you didn't. If you want to redo this one, let me know. I saw a show called Skate the other day, and they put an 8 on its side and then did a double take and called it Oh, that's funny. No, there isn't orange. Okay, so now it's scroll down. Are we here? You know what? I'll just restart, okay? Press enter. This is the first page. I'll scroll down when you're ready. Unless you got it all. That's very funny that they put the 8 sideways in skate. So it's school. Sometimes you just gotta scoot. You know what I'm saying? Is that guy on E3 the bad guy from Breaking Bad, or am I like seeing things? Yes, he is. Okay. Sorry, just had to clarify that. It's playing a character in something. You've got it sorted now? Okay, cool. LaFonda has grown up to become a peasant, meaning I need to give you jobs. She's 12 years old. She is corpulent. Her hair is straight. Her very long hair is neatly combed. She has a broad chin and slightly flattened ears that are somewhat short. Her hair is ecru and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt and her eyes have slightly thin irises. She never feels discouraged and never becomes angry. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Has an incredibly calm demeanor. And takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, forms strong emotional bonds with others, and at times to her detriment, is sloppy with her living space, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Well, you're going to join the military. Just because of that last one. She likes alder wood, color crimson, gauntlets, windows, and leopard men. Well, you don't have a lot of likes, but we can give you wood cutting. We can give you those. I can give you those. Give you those. I can give you those. All of those. And all of those. There you go. I'm going to go pick up some equipment and get to wake. But I say a round of beers to the fact that LaFonda grew up. And the other tribute has arrived. There it is. Nice and small. Nice and small and doable. Hey, Aqua. How we doing? Oh. Apparently, hackers have broken into Electronic Arts, stealing game source code and tools.
Are we making it worse by paying these?
Sorry, I'm on CNN Business and they started playing noise. Darren, thanks for the $1. Cheers. Apparently, everybody's favorite EA games has been hacked. Wii U. Lots of work, though? Gotcha. Well, hopefully it's good busy. Not bad busy. The data breach was first reported by Vice. Okay, I'm going to Vice, because fuck CNN. Oh no! The data includes source code for FIFA 21 and the Frostbite engine. Okay, the Frostbite engine's kind of scary, but like FIFA 21. Oh no, the humanity! Hackers have broken into the gaming giant Electronic Arts, the publisher of Battlefield, FIFA, and The Sims. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, a lot of people play EA games. Like, you know, like, we're joking about this, but that's... Here, you guys control this. In forum posts, it's taken for the source code for FIFA 21. Hackers also said that they've obtained source code for tools for the Frostbite engine. So it sounds like it's just FIFA 21 and then Frostbite engine, which powers a number of EA games, including Battlefield. Also the NHL games, I think. The hackers say that they have 170 gigabytes of data and are advertising it for sale in various underground hacking places. I don't know. When did this article drop? Today. So like an hour, yeah, literally an hour ago. Welp. Also, apparently, the on the topic of hacking stuff, apparently the breach on Cyberpunk is far worse than they initially anticipated. Lots of developers' info got out as well. Anyway, that's not cool. You think you just saw a 2B themed Fall Guys, dude? I mean, we live in the future. We do live in the future. Despite the engine being completely unstable for the engine code is significant. Yes, no, the engine code is very significant. Like it's easy. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's super easy to make a lot of fun of, but like that's not good. You know, it's like that I feel like that happens quite frequently with various subjects, especially in the games industry, where it's like, oh, haha, but also, ooh, you know what I mean? So that's kind of how I feel about this, where it's like, on one hand, it's really easy to be like, oh, sucks to be you, EA Games, because nobody likes EA Games, but on the flip side, it's kind of a, well, sucks to be you, EA Games, but also, ooh, you know what I mean? So to me, I think it's kind of, I think there's certainly more to it than just, oh, haha, who cares? FIFA 21 source code got leaked, you know? Like, that's actually kind of scary. A lot of games run on the Frostbite engine. Also, for those of you who missed it, go give some money to charity and get 1,000 games. Bet you'll probably never play, but you still should do it. You should give money to charity regardless. Yeah, EA requires their games to use it, exactly. I mean, just thankfully, you know, it's the Frostbite engine and not like Unreal. But 1,000, yeah, get the other get. Wait, what? The other get 1,000 games? Yes, another get 1,000 games. Although to be fair, there's a lot of games in this bundle that were in the previous bundle, but there's also a bunch that weren't. So you know, go get another 1,000 games because, you know, you won't play them anyway, so might as well give it to a good cause. You'll forget that you have them and then accidentally buy them when they're on sale on Steam, like I've done a couple of times. But how's things, Lewis? It's good to see you. Yeah, Fall Guys X Nier. That's a crossover that I wasn't expecting. I really, really hope that means that you're going to get to be Fall Guys in very, 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 very scantily clad, sexy looking lingerie. I'm pretty sure that Unreal's just on GitHub if you want it. Really? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't actually know. There was a way to add all of them to BRJE, the other bundle to your library. Is there any deal which I've used to avoid rebuying games? See, here's the thing. Like, if I'm going to buy a game that was in one of those bundles, I'm just going to rebuy it anyway because they probably need the money. The developers could use the money. And if I have the money to spend on a game anyway, might as well rebuy it. The developers need to get paid, man. That's how I feel. I know that's not how everybody feels, but that's how I feel. But then again, also, I make a living streaming games, so I think it's fairer for me to pay the developers for that. But that's also not a popular take amongst streamers anyways, so. Isn't Unreal 5 out now? To be totally honest, I haven't been following. Also new Sonic shit for the 4 people who care. It's in beta? Okay, I seem to recall hearing something about that. They're releasing a Death Stranding director's cut. Death Stranding longer edition. I mean, you know, because that's what everybody wants. What's up? We're just talking about the E3 streams that's going on, so I'm just gonna be making random takes about video games. That sounds lovely. Pilot, that sounds lovely. How was flying? Looks like you got good weather down there. Now we're gonna cram in more branding this time. Sorry, it's just really easy to make fun of that game. And you know that there would be a very slow camera pan around his ankle showing off the Nike logo? Flying was good. Good to hear. I do really like the realization from this morning of, wait, Pilot's actually a pilot? It's like, wait, Blind's actually blind? I'm glad I'm not the only person who gets that, which means orange must actually be orange. I don't know what Axe is on, but Axe must be on something. I read somewhere that if you take all of the cutscenes in Death Stranding and play them backwards, it's still boring. What does that have to do with anything? What? What does playing them backwards have to do with anything? Okay. I mean, maybe EA Games should do that. I mean, good on Epic Games, eh? I don't know. I don't develop games, so. Sentient Woodcutter. Sentient Woodcutter can confirm. Otherwise, you'd be Axehead. Yeah, no, otherwise Axon would be Axehead. Yeah, exactly. Or Axe Handle. And animal is definitely animal. I mean, most of us are animals, I would think. Unless we're a very advanced AI. Your hair is orange? Touche. Or, like I said, orange is actually orange. Now, did you dye your hair orange because you really like orange, or did you dye your hair orange because branding? Cutest is indeed the cutest ghost. But are you the cutest? That is a very difficult question to answer. I don't know if cutest has caught up to Sui yet, but maybe one day. Because you like orange? Okay, not because you're a door hinge? I don't believe in ghosts, animal, so deal with that. What, rhyming orange with door hinge? Did Eminem actually rhyme orange with door hinge in a song? What? Oh, Reddit just broke. You don't remember if it was a song or an interview, but yes, he did. Huh. Yeah, I've never been a big Eminem guy. Yes, but Lil Wayne is trash. So. Like, so I think that we could all agree with one thing, is that Lil Wayne is one of those people who actually had the balls to touch a guitar and pretend that he knew how to play it. Although, you know, honestly, my favorite thing about Lil Wayne that I've ever heard ever was actually I was watching 50 Cent, or not 50 Cent. I was watching T-Pain. Why am I blanking on T-Pain? T-Pain streams. By the way, T-Pain streams are hilarious, especially when he plays video games drunk. But he was just playing Doom, and he was just rambling about how he isn't rich and how people like Lil Wayne and 50 Cent are rich. And his chat was just asking him, they're like, but dude, like you're rich, like you're a super like successful like musical performer, an artist. And he's like, nah, man, I ain't rich. And he's like, you know how you can tell that I'm not rich is because he when he goes on tour, when he was on tour with Lil Wayne and 50 Cent, Lil Wayne and 50 Cent were betting 10 grand a game on the AI of Madden 2016. So they were betting 10 grand on the easy AI of Madden 2016, just like in cash on the tour bus. He's like, those dudes got money. He's like, I don't got money. He's like, I backed out of that immediately because I have a wife and kid to pay for. Before you buy Lil Wayne album trash is bad. I mean, here's the thing, right? I think T-Pain is a very talented entertainer. I have absolutely no interest in listening to any of his music. 50 Cent is probably only 30 cent now due to inflation. I very much enjoy T-Pain's streams. It's the first of his work that he's ever done in the entirety of his career, aside from maybe like the Lonely Island collaborations, that I've actually enjoyed. Did we have a baby that I missed? What the? Apparently someone had a baby. Who had a baby? Excuse me? Blue Water and Tiny Goliath had a baby. How did I miss this? I guess I was just watching E3 shit and distracted. Chat, anybody want to be a brand new baby boy who is 18 days old? Because somehow I missed that. Dibs, Pilot dibs it. Pilot, how many other babies have you had that have died? Because I can't remember. Took a glance at the E3 stream, not interested. 2? Pilot 2. Or wait, would that make this Pilot 3? So good timing? I mean, I guess so. He is 18 days old, born on the 12th of Limestone in the year 246. His sideburns are clean-shaven and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. He is the first son of Blue Water and Tiny Goliath, 2 dwarves that were born in this fortress, and he personally sees lying as an important means to an end and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't care one lick about friendship. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and he has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and tends to not reveal personal information. A little liar. That child is a little liar. What time of year are we in?
Woo!
Mid-autumn. All right, well, I desperately need more trees hacked down because I apparently am just out of wood and used it way faster than I can make more, so. Because I need those ballista arrows. So the king doesn't put us in prison. I don't know if you guys are into like this kind of like high speed, like, oi, gaming news shit, but I think this stuff's interesting. Oh, that was Back for Blood that they were streaming. Oh. Endless Dungeon, official gameplay trailer. Might be interesting. You can make arrows out of other materials too, but I don't need arrows. You're relying on me for the E3 and gaming information? Eh. No, it's already running. I have 2 streams up on a secondary monitor and constantly refreshing /r/games because stuff's getting announced left and right. And a lot of shit that nobody gives a shit about. Also, you guys might want to look at it right the fuck now because something... well, Elden Ring is happening. For those of you who actually care. Yeah, Elden Ring is happening. It's the, you know, the fucking, like, Dark Souls, the video thing. It's the Dark Souls people. Here, I'll restream Sui's stream because that's legal. See, it's the Dark Souls shit. It's the Dark Souls with the horse. It's Dark Souls, but they put Zelda in it. And apparently a giant fucking rock with a bell. And Einstein is having a problem. You okay, Einstein? Who? Yeah, right. Who? An Elden what? Elden Y? Elden Ding? I mean, cooler, guess what? You get to watch Bellinair stream the entirety of that whenever it comes out, so... What the? Oh, okay. I was like, I just had the moment of why is the game running so slowly? It's paused. That fire looks pretty. The internet's entirely having a conniption fit right now about this trailer that's currently being shown. You're just waiting for Devolver and basically nothing else? I am, well... I find as somebody who loves this industry, Lewis, I find this stuff interesting. I'm not gonna play any of these games, but I do find this stuff interesting. But, yeah. Also, I fucking forgot that George R. Martin is doing story stuff on Elden Ring. Fucking forgot. Anyway, world premiere. They actually made him, like, leave his hole for a minute. That's weird. There we go. We're getting those arrows assembled. King's mad. No, they announced Elden Ring a while ago. This is just, like, first non-3-second teaser with a logo and font work. Did they announce a date, though? Release date? Nope. I'm sorry. What the fuck is that? Twitch stream, just Twitch, stop. Nobody likes this. just stop. I think it means a lot of people are pogging in the chat. I think that's what that means. A lot of people are typing in PogChamp. A little cringe, yeah. That's one way to put it. It's fucking weird, man. All right, well. Cool, I guess. That's all I have to say is cool, I guess. So, I'm looking at the front page of Twitch right now. And Cooler, I want you to look up. Look away from your thing, because I have a thing to show you. Because I think you'll find this funny. While Bellinair is offline, here, watch a bunch of fucking VTubers. Every single one of these are VTubers. Why is Twitch just like, okay, never mind. Now I'm getting non-VTubers. But like, while Bellinair is offline, watch all these VTubers, because that's definitely what Blind wants to watch. Little Cringe is your rap name? You might have to fight like Cringer for that branding. Apparently, according to Twitch, Bell's a VTuber, yeah. According to Twitch, Bellinaire is a VTuber. I just think that that's really funny. And it says, while Bellinaire is offline, could we interest you in some anime? Not really. Not my shtick, thanks. Anyway, now that that shit's over. I like how now they're just like, it's straight up just streaming streamer McDonald's ads. Chat, imagine being so successful as a streamer you get paid to do a McDonald's ad. Imagine. Just imagine. No, because I actually don't really care about Elden Ring. I mean, you're welcome to link in the chat. I've never been into that stuff, so. But like, you're more than welcome to link any of the announced trailers in chat. I'm not a Dark Souls person. I don't see well enough to enjoy those games. It's like lots of people do. I don't. So, I enjoy watching people play. I will watch Ponce, Man vs. Game, and Bellinaire play Elden Ring when that comes out. I love watching people play that. Also probably excessive profanity. So I will watch a bunch of streamers play it, but I don't really have any interest in playing it myself. But no, it's all good. It's all good. Invest all, don't work. You have to type in the number. Assuming you have that number. But anyway, thanks everybody for just like hanging out through all of the silly And this is why you died yesterday, Socks. And this is why you died yesterday. Your dwarf killed over, by the way. You did have a baby first, though, so yay to that. But no, it's what's the word I'm looking for here? For me, E3 is all just like, I find it academically fascinating because I had somebody pop into the channel yesterday and basically just state that they really like the way I talk about video games, and this is part of like how I keep up with stuff. I want to know what people think of Elden Ring. I want to know what the wider community is saying about those games, and I want to know what the general consensus is. Will I ever play it myself? No. Am I fascinated about what other people will think about it? Absolutely. I want to know what people like and what people dislike and why they like it and dislike it. I love kind of absorbing that stuff. You know, I want to know what Cooler thinks about the most current Warframe update. Will I ever play it? Absolutely not. Do I want to know what Cooler thinks about it? Yeah. You know? And that's just how I operate with video games. I like knowing about games that I will never play. To the Babies for Blind Fund. The Babies for Longdeath Fund. Before you just like keeled over and croaked, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I find video games fascinating, and I enjoy following the industry closely like that. Oh, also, Elden Ring 01/21/2022. Hey, chat, I got a question. Will Dwarf Fortress Steam and itch.io edition be out before Elden Ring? I hope, right? Like, that's That's what I'm still waiting for. Man. Also, they officially announced 2 Point Campus, which was leaked like 4 days ago or so. You're guessing no. Boo! Elden Ring will be out first. Actually, when did Elden Ring initially get announced? Someone here probably knows. I could go look the day up on him. Tarn's already done moving. Aqua. He actually ended up moving like 3 weeks early, and he's already done. Like, he's already moved. So. Which one? Oh, the one from 3 months ago? Yeah. Yeah, but they've already powered through most of what he was talking about. Uh-oh. I see depressed dwarf. Graduate caught in the rain. You just want to be around family and friends. Let's just let you go be a tavern keeper. In the next 2 years. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to talking to Tarn again to hear what they say. I mean, like, I'm curious as to where they're at now versus where he was at 3 months ago. But I don't know. I'm not going to try and talk to him until, like, probably August. Give him, like, a solid, like, 5 months to work on the thing first. But has he unpacked everything significantly? I mean, what do you really need to unpack? Computer, cat toys, cat, bed, a frying pan. You're good. You're good. What really more do you need? But yeah, you're probably right. Over 600 if clauses to determine if a dwarf is supposed to wear it. It's a crazy workload. Yes, no, it is a crazy workload. DF in that spaghetti code. Also need table? Nah, this isn't RimWorld. Come on, please. You know what's funny? I haven't had a table in my house in 2 years. Almost. Yeah, but has he unpacked everything and complained to the landlord to fix all the things that should have been fixed before he moved in? Yeah, well. Desk works good as a table. I try not to eat at my desk, just because I'm on carpet, but I usually kind of just eat on my sofa. I put, like, extra plates on the ground, and that's a table? Yeah, but I don't eat at my desk. At least not since I've moved it. It's like maybe if it was still out on wooden thing, but that's a whole other story. Now the cat unpacks its own toys. You just throw the cat in a box and it's fine. Often fixing things takes longer than doing it from scratch. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many of the interviews you watched because I've done 3, but in the second one we actually got him to open up the code for a bit and like check something, which was kind of neat. Like, we actually heard him, like, power on the other computer in real time. Because we were talking about dwarven stress and such things. And he actually, like, opened up the file to take a peek at it. So. Yeah, I mean, I really wish, or hope, rather. Maybe not wish. Wish is the wrong word. I hope that at some point NoClip gets in there and does like a proper documentary about Dwarf Fortress, not just like another interview with Tarn that he's given a dozen times before. I really hope that we get more of that from NoClip, because I really like NoClip and I would really like to see them do a proper like Dwarf Fortress documentary. I don't see it happening. Time to analyze the audio static caused by the electromagnetic radiation of his PC when he opened the code window and reconstruct it from that. That sounds bigger brain than me. Also, I don't think that's possible. But Good luck. Also, that'll only give you, like, what, one tiny portion of the code? But yeah, no, I do expect it to come out at some point. I do expect it to come out at some point. I mean, Alexandra did confirm that it'll be out before 2025. So, Simplex has given birth to a baby girl. Brand new baby girl. Does anybody want to be brand new baby girl? Preferably someone who hasn't had a dwarf in the fortress before. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I've had people say that Kit Fox should hire me to do their updates for Tarn, but Tarn is a very relaxed person. Just a very relaxed person. I mean, Whitcode's been asking for a while, so if you want it, Whitcode, you can have it. Would this be Whitcode 2 or 3? I can't remember. Or 4. I think it's 2. Pretty sure it's 2. Is it 1? Is it really 1? I thought that you'd had a dwarf before. All right, well, this is Whitcode. She is the daughter of Simplex and Vinsati II. She is a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks and a casual worshiper of the Fuchsia. And a worshiper of the Fuchsia and a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, which is a bug that needs to be fixed at some point. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. God damn it, why are you doing that to me right now? Hold on a sec. Hold up. Gotta scroll up. Yeah, where was it? Cherries are tasty. Yes, indeed, that is established. Wine sold swiftly by elves. Gin is exclusively banned. What? Lollies need head pats. Never give candy to sheep. The walruses are intense. Their meerkats are dead. There you go. That's that. Now, anyway, back to Dwarf Fortress. Her cobalt eyes are narrow and her somewhat broad ears are short. Her head is somewhat short and her hair is a crew. Her hair is neatly combed and her skin is sandy taupe. And her nose is slightly upturned. But anyway, on the topic of E3, but nothing to do with E3, just go give $5 to charity and get 1,000 games. She is very rarely moved by curiosity and is often nervous. She can handle stress and she likes to take it easy. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and is slow to trust others. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She does not go out of her way to help others and she likes a little excitement now and again. She doesn't focus on material goods and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fortress, Whitcode. Done. You're in. I also read a bunch of words in there for the Discord. Now let's hope that we get more babies today. We're back up to 49 dwarves, which is good. It is good. Does the king want anything? Nope. Still assembling all those statues. I think that's all we'll do for statues for right now because the dwarves are getting a little stressed. The word story will be immortalized in the baby dwarf's personality. God, if the word stories affect the dwarves' personalities, that's a problem. I really wish you wouldn't spoil that, but I know. Diamond. Nobody likes a spoilie. Don't do spoilers. Spoilers no good. Do I have a population cap? Technically, yeah, but I'm way below it. Because we haven't had a migrant in, like, a very, very, very long time. We haven't gotten migrants in about 130 years now. Before he actually gets raided by goblins. That would be mechanically impossible, so that would be a weird glitch. Silly, thank you very much for the raid. I was watching your stream, so I kind of saw that coming. So it's all good, Diamond. It's all good. How's everybody doing? How was the E3 stuff? That Elden Ring trailer definitely looked like people got stabbed with big swords, and the internet's very excited. Did you copy Pasta the fail? That's unfortunate. Hi, FG. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Lex. Hi, Belliner. Hi, Infinity. Hi, everybody. How we all doing? Andy. Jess. Man, the whole gang's here. Yeah, I was kind of like halfway watching it. 2 years? God damn. I guess that does make sense, eh? Cheers. I need to pour more coffee.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No, I don't. Never seen that, in fact. We're just building lead statues and talking about, you know, the stream that you guys were just watching, so. No, it's all good, Diamond. It's all good. It's all good. Diamond just spoiled the surprise, that's all. I was giving Diamond a hard time for it. But yeah, we're just making statues and filling my hallway up with statues, because what else am I going to do? Just make patterns of statues. Yeah, and hyping the itch bundle, because there's a bundle on itch where you can give some money to Palestine Aid and get 1,000 games. Yeah, literally streamers watching streamers. It's just like it's the current era of like what's the word? React content, except it's just like streamers restreaming streams of streams. Just wait until like something like Google Stadia actually takes off, and then you'll be watching a stream who's watching a stream of somebody streaming a video game that's being streamed to their computer. It's a stream of 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 a stream. We live in the future. Remember that. Remember that. But I hope it was fun. Kind of jealous. I'll join tomorrow. Streamception, kind of, yeah. And the VTubers watch this, and the VTubers, the streamer can be streaming themselves. Oh shit! Right, yeah, you could like have a real stream of yourself and then a VTube version of yourself. Actually, I don't think my brain would be ready for that. Did a bit where he reacted to him reacting to the reaction of his own song. That sounds like when Jesse Cox and Krendor well, Jesse Cox reacted to a trailer of a thing, and then Jesse Cox reacted to one of Krendor's videos, and then Krendor reacted to Jesse Cox reacting to one of Krendor's videos, and then Jesse Cox reacted to Krendor back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for like a week. It was a long week. And I kept pausing, so the videos kept getting longer. And by the end, they were like an hour and a half each. Anyway, watching streams while you watch both streams makes you feel like a time traveler. I mean, but you're late, though. That's the thing, is you're behind in time. You're not ahead in time. Because, like, you were behind. Which would be the problem there. So you'd actually be behind in time. Just gonna go refresh the games discussion thing. Apparently they're making an Evil Dead video game. Axiom Verge 2 details. Okay, Smite X Stranger Things. That's one of the weirdest crossovers I've seen in a minute. Chat, what's weirder? Stranger Things and Smite? Or Nier characters in Fall Guys? Because those are both very strange to me. Very, very strange. Would your delays become negative? I've had minus 1 second delay before, which is always like, Twitch, are you drunk? I mean, I could do that. It's very easy. It's just called this. That's watching yourself, watching yourself, watching yourself, watching yourself, etc. Or rather, that's watching my screen, watching my screen, watching my screen, watching my screen, watching... Rabbids in a Mario game? See, that, like, I don't know. I got used to that one pretty quick. I mean, we already live in a cyberpunk dystopia, so I don't know what more future you'd want. Also, thanks guys for doing all the add a word stories things on the Discord, because I'm currently below what I need to maintain Discord partners. So any spam that you guys can do on that server is thumbs up from me. Sonic in a Mario game is weirder. Okay, but what about Sega making a 2020 Olympics video game, an actual like 2020 Olympics video game, not like Mario and Sonic at the Olympics video game, but like an actual like, yo, they look like normal people at the Olympics video game, but they also put in just a dude in a mascot Sonic costume as a playable character. So even in the normal, like, a child is beating the shit out of an owl. Even in the normal Winter Olympics video game, you can still do that. So, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Olympics 2020 video game Sega. See if I can find it. What child was it? I didn't read. Hold up. Where? Hold on. Sonic. Let's see if I can find this. Because it's literally like a dude in a zip-up suit. I'm not seeing this right now. Costume. Yeah, this thing. So this is like the visuals of their actual like people, and then this thing just in the middle for some reason. Yeah. Anyway. Now you want to make a crowdfund paying someone to dress up as Sonic, also Mario, make them go to the actual Olympics and participate. I have a feeling that that wouldn't happen for legal reasons. Like, I'm not just here to spoil your fun, but I'm going to spoil your fun and say that I don't think that would ever happen. Also, Infinity, you had another child today. I'd just like to let you know. But it was Bastet the Third that was fighting with the owl. We're now into early winter. Yeah, no, Nintendo would ruin the fun of that because Nintendo. Got depressed merchant. That's nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah. Whitcode is your newest baby. Simplex. You and Vinsati. So you're carrying Whitcode around. Hopefully he's not too heavy. Can you be the depressed merchant? He's probably going to get expelled pretty soon, but I mean, if you really want. Although you are satisfied at work, and but you're lonely after being away from family. You have no family, though. Just long-term acquaintances. Please don't drop you. I mean, you're a baby. They bounce. It's only your 5th dwarf. I mean, if you really want it, I mean, you just keep taking the discount cases. Is that it? Or is it VI? No, it's just V, isn't it? V is 5 in Roman numeral, yeah? Because I'm bad at Roman numeral. Just V? Sock smell V. V bad. Sock smell V bad. There you go. Her eyes have very large irises, and she has an angular chin. Her nose bridge is concave, and her very long hair is neatly combed. Her nose is narrow, and her eyebrows are quite long. Her somewhat broad ears are somewhat short, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is white, and her skin is sandy taupe. She is 157 years old and could die on the 1st of spring at any time. Yeah, thanks. I will never remember that, Diamond. She likes Glenna, lead, and white chalistone, a giant deer antler, and llama wool, pebbles and picks, and scepters, and toy axes, and kiwi men for their long beaks. I will just jump down to that and give you all the metalsmithing. You can go do metalsmithing stuff. I'll have 5 beers. Yeah, well. Yes, that is a good thing. We in our fort we have a dwindling population count. So yes, any more dwarves we can get made in the dwarf printer is very, very good. I mean, old joke, still funny. Fortunately, there's lots of jokes like that. I mean, you do you. Just try and keep it to one word. But I think that that's maybe 2 words. It's been funny since the Roman times. I feel like that's not the case, but that's just a guess. I feel like that's not the case. So is this dwarf going to be a problem? Probably. Doesn't feel anything after being unable to pray. So go pray. All right, dwarves, let's lock you guys all into the tavern. Just hang out with your friends. Anything new that I need to know about Reddit? I don't know what Sky::children is. Uh-oh. Apparently, if you go to battlefield2042.com, it redirects you to a bad 4chan post. So, there's a warning on Reddit about it. Someone, I guess, bought battlefield2042.com and is redirecting it to bad things. Gotta love. No, a game called Sky::children. Here, I'll write it down. It's one of the games that was shown today. Apparently. I don't want any Sky::. Yeah, no, those are called black holes. Those are bad. We don't like those. Yay! Simplex has ended a mandate. Although I have to make a ballista arrow for the king. I'll just queue that up. It's fine. We'll just chill until spring rolls around. Is anyone worse than Sky::? So wait, hold on. Sky:: is worse than Sky::? I'm still just waiting for news to come out about CD Projekt Red getting bought. I'm still just waiting for that. Like, that's the one thing that I'm repeatedly surprised by, is that CD Projekt Red hasn't been bought yet. I mean, if you want to do it as one word, just put a hyphen in it. But try and keep it to one word. You know, just try and keep it to one word. That's my only real request. Just try and keep it to one word. I mean, your mandates usually are make me X number of crowns out of any material, and do not export X number of crowns. Meaning, if you ended your mandate, I can probably export crowns now. Otherwise, you'd be sentencing people to prison. So I can probably export crowns now. Not that I have anybody to export them to, but if somebody showed up to trade right now, which would be very weird, I would be able to trade with them. This mandate is invalid. New mandate, or mandate updated. You no longer need to pay attention to this mandate. Thank you for the mandate, Mr. Mandate. She feels satisfied remembering work. I think that dwarf's gonna die in like. I think it would be really funny if Sock Smell's newest dwarf died like at the start of spring, which would be like in a couple months. An ARPG where you play as a group of children trying to survive. Possibly needs Nazis as a villain. I mean, any video game with Nazis as a villain is a 10% better video game, just by default. But yeah, that does sound like a plot to the new Indiana Jones film. Does anybody remember when they tried to make Shia LaBeouf the new Indiana Jones? Does anybody remember that? Because they tried to do that. That happened. You would totally play Sky Poland's children? It'd be really funny if this Sky Children game came from Poland. I need to sneeze. Made it. To the microphone mute button in time. I'm not really trying to remind you of that. I'm more just like reminding myself of that. Spitalier. I'm mostly just reminding myself of that. Oh boy. It would have to be directed by Michael Bay too. I want to see Michael Bay direct a video game. He should like direct a Call of Duty campaign or something. It would be awful, but he should do it. That or like we shouldn't let Michael Bay continue. So okay, speaking of random directors that shouldn't be allowed to make movies, I watched a YouTube video this morning, and the advertisement for it was a masterclass, because apparently James Cameron is doing a masterclass now. I thought that he was making like 6 Avatar movies back to back right now. When did he get time to do one of those masterclass things? Like what? Like the fuck, man? He might create an amazing Call of Duty game. I feel like it would probably be better than most of his recent films. Although I need on the topic of directors, I'm not super fond of. Army of the Dead on Netflix looks pretty good. Now I'm like blanking on his name, but the guy who did Justice League, whatever the heck his name was. He made time in his agenda. I mean, James Cameron gets paid very, 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 very yes. Considering like the dude just owns one of the most advanced submarines in the world, which he goes deep diving in the trenches for fun. Like some rich people go surfing. He owns a submarine. Like just remember that. Like some people go surfing. He owns a submarine. That's like owning a yacht times 50. It's like you own a yacht, I will go under your yacht. I wonder if you could stream on Twitch from inside of that submarine. From the bottom of the ocean. I wonder if there's any cell phone signal down there. And now everybody else is announcing all of their games. Because, you know. Also, my grocery store just sent me $50 in free groceries. There are yacht level of submarines with pools and stuff. Hold on a second. So does that mean you can go under the ocean and be in a pool? Huh. I wonder how much it would cost to rent one of those. We have a similar director here in Germany. Oh, UA Bowl? Okay, so here's the thing, right? I would say on a category of bad directors, UA Bowl is closer to Tommy Wiseau. As somebody who has seen the Far Cry movie, the Dungeon Siege movie, and the Postal movie, and the Two Worlds 2 movie. Uwe Boll should do nothing except for own that restaurant that he bought, because he bought a restaurant and is running a restaurant right now. So I think that Michael Bay makes some really trash movies. I would rather watch a Michael Bay movie any day of my life than anything that Uwe Boll has ever done. Okay? Uwe Boll just makes garbage. Like, I would rather sit down and do a marathon of every single one of the Resident Evil movies and that Monster Hunter movie than watch another Uwe Boll movie. A submarine yacht for $2 billion. Did you just make that up, or is that a real number? Ay, 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 ay. If I had $1 for every time I saw the terms roguelike deck builder, I would be rich. I mean, I just want to screenshot the because I'm a pedantic ass FG. I'd just like send that to you every single time you say something that I would consider to be pedantic. But touche. You're probably very accurate on that pronunciation shit. Also, can we just like make it illegal for Steam to do this? 3 copies of Ninja Gaiden, different collections. Can you just not do that? Because you're taking up space that other games could be using. Thanks, Steam. Can we all just like agree to not do that? I'm not actually gonna screenshot it. Yeah, it's definitely you, Woo Bull. I mean, like that's how everybody from North America says his name. So fuck it. Also, I don't really care about being respectful to possibly one of the worst directors in our of modern era. So I have more respect for Tommy Wiseau than I do that man. So I do not have any problem fucking up his name, even if I'm just wrong. It's definitely you, Woo. Yes, Lex. It's definitely you, Woo. Also, I didn't watch. Well, I had Sui's stream up while you guys were streaming, and I wasn't like, I didn't have the audio on, so I couldn't hear what you guys were saying. But literally every single game that showed up on that, I called it before the title card. I don't know how good you guys are at predicting stuff, but if you're annoyed by the person who does that for every game, it's like, oh, it's this. Every single game I saw, it's like, oh, it's that game. Was there anything that you guys were like actually surprised or impressed by from that conference, or was it just like making fun of it? Or interested in, for that matter? I do like the fact that they've announced Death Stranding Longer Edition because it's a director's cut. Which is, it's already confirmed that it's just more cutscenes. Which I think is too damn funny. Death Stranding, we put another movie in it. Edition. I need more coffee. There's also lots of boring shit. No, totally. What the fuck is up? Okay, can I just like be blunt? What the fuck is up with that like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines Online Edition bullshit? What the fuck is that, and why? Nobody wants that. It's just like nobody wants fucking online Resident Evil, but they keep making those. It's like, what the actual fuck? Paradox? Fucking stop with that shit. Just don't do that. Just don't do it. Nobody cares. Literally nobody wants that. Considering the first comment I saw in the Reddit post that was made for it was, what the fuck is that? Like, really? Like, why? Actually, now I need to go see how poorly received it is. If I can actually find it now. What even was the name of it? It was like Vampire Bloodline, The Masquerade Bloodlines, something. I'm actually like having to look up the name of it because I already forgot. Well, PC Gamer, Elden Ring looks fucking incredible. Fanboy on. Okay. What actually was the name of that fucking thing? I'm still looking forward to playing Sable, even though I think it's gonna make me vomit. Salt and Sacrifice looks neat. Seriously, what was the name of that fucking thing? Lost Ark, Solar Ash, not to be confused with Blood Hunt. That's the name of it. Blood Hunt. I just want to see what the like to dislike ratio is on this thing. Pretty bad. 800 likes, 280 dislikes. Nobody wants that, like I said. It'll come out on PC eventually. I mean, Salt and Sanctuary was a PlayStation only title for like 2 years or something. Ska Games always does that. Like, the Dishwasher and all of their older games were all PlayStation exclusives. They came to PC way later. They're a very small studio. Like, it's only a couple people. They're like, I have like 20 people now or something. So, that doesn't surprise me at all. It's okay. I'm patient. I don't know. I'm kind of curious about that endless dungeon, though. Kind of curious. Kind of curious. Kind of curious. Kind of curious. Don't assume I... I like that. I'm a trucker. I'm not a smart person. Don't assume I know. There's plenty of truckers that are very intelligent. Orange, give yourself more credit. Come on. Also, hi, Cyrlac. I hope you're doing well. I realize I'm kind of just AFKing DF, but there's like a lot of news and stuff going on, and I'm like trying to read stuff. I did. In regards to playing the previous Dungeon of the Endless, and I enjoyed it, but it wasn't a game that I stuck with for very long. I probably should have stuck with it longer, but... Unfortunately, like, I'm less interested in the Endless Dungeon than I am in the original Dungeon of the Endless, because the original Dungeon of the Endless is kind of a really unique, interesting, weird game. Whereas this just kind of looks actually more generic, but I don't know. Maybe they'll surprise me later. Oh, that's why. Waiting for them to finish that. It's nice, but didn't grab you. I mean, I like all of the Endless games to a degree. Even the ones that don't grab me, right? Just because I love their design aesthetic. And that's why I'll play And that's why I'll play Humankind when that's actually out. Hopefully it's less buggy than it was when everybody else was playing it. Also, if you haven't yet, chat, $5 to charity and you get 1,019 games. Just saying. Itch.io's at it again. Being mad lads. They raised so much money for charity the last time they did that, it broke their servers. So shoutouts to itch.io for being awesome. Itch.io, the storefront that needs more credit in the games industry. Seriously. Also, I learned this morning that you can sign into itch.io with a GitHub account, which I think is kind of cool. Like, I feel like Sui could buy this bundle and then have content for 10 years. Because there's so many Sui games on there. Jokes aside, you scared your teacher today because even in a truck, you managed to avoid an hour of traffic by navigating side roads while not once venturing into a no trucks or low bridge or bad turn. How did you do your routing, Orange? Did you use like a map or do you have like a GPS that you're using? Because I've actually been wondering that about like trucks these days. It's like, are you guys just GPSing everywhere or are you guys using something else? Memory. Oh, so you're still like just driving around in your town. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess because you're still like in learning mode, so. And why would that scare your instructor? Out of town, you use a combination of paper maps and Google Maps? Huh. Interesting. Fascinating. I don't know. I'm terrible at giving people directions. People are like, can you give me directions to get to a place? I'm like, I drive until you get to the 3rd street on the left and take a right. And they're like, Greg, can you give me directions? Because I give walking directions, not driving directions. So I don't know what the fuck's a one-way street. It's actually really bad. Actually really bad. Speaking of things that are not bad. Volcanoes erupting. It's doing the big gurgle again. There's so many people watching now, it's ridiculous. So ever since they got those new cameras set up, everybody fucking loves it. It's great. Do not need that tab open. Do not need that tab open. Can't have that tab open. Which can get you into a lot of trouble, I'm assuming. Orange. Cheers, Sarah. You could navigate the city while asleep. You just don't know none of the street names. I'm kind of with you there. It's like, I could walk anywhere in my city and know what bus routes to take without even thinking about the bus route number and what time the buses come in a lot of areas. But again, I couldn't tell you what street I'm on or what street I need to get. That's not true. I could tell you like how to get to my house, but from most major roads. But like outside of that, I mean, I know how to get to the Red Robins by the mall, but I couldn't tell you how to get to the Red Robins by the mall. Of the drone flying into it? Yeah, I have. It's pretty good footage, isn't it? I wonder, I don't actually know. Did they do that intentionally? When you did taxi, people asked you for directions and you'd tell them and you're not on a taxi map. And so when I was in Seattle a while ago, like 2017. On my way back, I had to catch an Uber to go catch my bus, and we got caught in like downtown Seattle traffic, which is a fucking nightmare. And my Uber driver just like took a look at me and he goes, "How comfortable are you with driving through alleyways?" And I was like, "I don't care. Just get me where we need to be." And he goes, "Okay," and just drives off the road. And I don't think we actually took a single road. We drove along alleyways and through parking lots for about 5 minutes and got to my destination of what would have been a 40-minute drive with traffic. Minimum. It's uphill in every direction, everything has traffic. But he didn't take a single road. He drove from one end of downtown Seattle to the other end of downtown Seattle without actually driving onto a road. We drove through 3 underground parking lots. We drove into an underground parking lot, out of an underground parking lot, onto a road, into another parking lot, out of the parking lot, onto another road, into an alleyway, along an alleyway, through an above-ground parking lot, over an above-ground parking lot, over a road, down, like literally, it felt like I was at a fucking Tony Hawk level. It was very strange. He's just like, "I just broke a lot of traffic laws. Please give me a big tip." I was like, okay. So I gave the man a big tip. Got me to my bus on time, though. Otherwise, I may have missed it if he didn't do that. Did he appreciate the tip? I don't know. But he just said, "Just please give me a big tip because I just broke a lot of traffic laws to get you here in time." To be fair, most Uber drivers I've ever had would just drive like a maniac, and I feel like I'm going to die half the time, and don't know where they're going and get lost and have to do a turnaround. But the tip wasn't "don't break traffic laws." No, it was like a financial tip because there's a tip button on Uber. If you use navigations and always take the alternate route, you will never reach your destination. I mean, I don't know. Like, I walk everywhere, right? But that was, like, one of the most wild experiences of my life. Like, just driving. Like, the fact that we drove from one end to the other end. It was just a very long, slow... Like, it was just weird because it's like driving from one end of a town to another without actually using any roads. To tip in cash? I would have if I had cash. I would have if I had cash. But I also was in the States and didn't have any American cash, and Canadian cash isn't exactly helpful in the States. Also, I don't think they're allowed to accept cash tips. But I'm sure it doesn't stop them. Americans love the Queen. I mean, here's the thing, right? They probably do, but also Canadian money is like very not much worth much when it comes to the States. Ironically, most places in Canada will take American money, but most places in the States will refuse Canadian money because, like, American money is worth more, so it's worth doing the transfer fees, but in the States, they're just losing money. I'm just placing statues, so I got so many of them. The client looked at me and asked how much money would the traffic violations for cutting through the rail yard access and the private railways would have cost me. And I told them probably $1,000 or so, and so he gave you 2 purple notes. What does that mean? Does that mean that you were in trouble or you did good? Also, investments are open, chat. They make those? I'm assuming they do, but I've literally never seen one in my entire life. Not anymore? Bullshit? I don't know. I'm calling bullshit on this. I want photo evidence of the purple notes. Just because, like, I have a pretty good idea of how rare those are. Pixar didn't happen, I guess. We're back in 2012. Pixar fake. No one carries purple notes. No, I know that Canada did, but doesn't anymore. What I don't believe is that Orange got handed too. That's what I don't believe. Because, you know, like, I've lived in Canada my entire life, and I've never seen one. So I don't believe that he got handed too. You know, sometimes people exaggerate the truth. That's totally fair. I do that from time to time. In the biz, we call that storytelling. But that particular tale, I'm calling bullshit on. I refuse to believe you. Just because I've literally never seen one of those. I have friends that sell cocaine. So you know, it's like I've never seen one. But it was a long time ago. I've had $1,000 in $100 bills in my hand. One of your high school teachers recommended paying for used cars in cash and proceeded to tell us how hard it was to buy a car with $1,000 bills. Why would you pay for used cars with cash? But the bank never questioned them. Like I said, I do not believe any word of this story. Like, genuinely do not believe it. Especially you saying they were probably fake, but the bank never questioned them. That now I believe you even less. Sorry, but like I do not believe this story. It's like stating that someone then handed you a hard drive with a Bitcoin on it. It's like I don't believe any of this. Okay, so to give you an idea on how much banks question weird things, do you have any idea how hard it was for me to deposit a check from Amazon UK into a Canadian bank account in Canadian dollars? It was a wall of paperwork, and multiple. So I had to have a conversation with the bank's manager of where I got the check and how I received the check. I had to fill out an application form for the transfer fees, and I had to pay the transfer fees, which was like $4. And I had to sign 3 different documents and a cause of agreement stating that it was valid and legitimate because it was in British pounds. It was like an hour of my time to get $80. But, you know, $80 an hour, I'll do it. I'm sorry. What? Hold on, I have to mute the background because I need to listen to a thing. I'll also link the thing in chat that I'm freaking out about. What? Because apparently Gojira did a song with fucking Devin Townsend. This is really good. Anyway, can unmute the background now. What, the pounds seem strange? Why do they seem strange? Aquasar is not a rando. Aquasar is definitely a regular. Freskins. Plotting, obviously. But yeah, no, Aquasar is definitely... Aquasar is here, like, for the first half of the stream, almost every stream. I would actually say, Freskins, Aquasar is here more often than you. Maybe not in a lurking capacity, but, like, definitely in a, like, a in-chat and chatting capacity. Oh, you probably lurk more, for sure, but Aquasar talks more than you. Also, how's that bingo card going? Yeah, you do, Sarlang. I mean, there's a lot of you people who lurk a whole lot, who I see you guys lurking. So, I do notice. You haven't seen an actual pound note? Yeah, if he's referencing pounds, yeah, I don't get it either. Oh, yeah, it's because I haven't complained about cat hair, right? What's funny about that is the fact that you made that like a year ago. And I'm still complaining about my ex's cat hair. That's what's actually funny. You had a 10-pound note once. It was really weighing you down until you spent it. Gotcha. Yeah. See, I don't make jokes that are that easy. Fair enough, yeah. It was indeed complaints about cats and their hair. Cats, they're hairy. What? Took what, the 10-pound note that was weighing him down? It took you 20 seconds to get that? Or the I don't make jokes that are that easy comment? Which one? Sounds very British, Fog. Must be my self-esteem. Okay, you know what? Well played. You get brownie points for that one. This is why some people tune into this stream and, like, immediately get turned off because we're hostile. We're just constantly, like, berating each other. It's just, like, my stream is just, like, a 9-hour-long, like, casual just berating back and forth between me and the people watching. Like, that's all it is. It's, like, we just, like, casually make fun of each other for 8 or 9 hours. And then, like, scream that you should go give $5 to charity for 1,000 games in return. Also, spring has arrived. Is Sock Smell gonna die? I wonder. That's what's good about it. I mean, that's if that's what you're here for, then hell yeah. There's a dead owl in that hallway over on the left. I almost want to bet on whether or not Sock Smell's gonna die. Spring's arrived. It's a slow save. Do 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 do. So your brain started to think it's like, what's the joke of 10-pound? Wait, is that a 10-pound note? Yeah, no. It makes sense that it took you a second, but still was pretty good. All right. No, somebody died. Manom, the merchant has been found dead. I think 2 people died actually. Who was the other one who died? Okay, so someone named Merchant died. I don't know who the other death was. No, never mind. That's just a tomb. Not the active resting place of. I like how there's two different sock smell next to each other. All right. So is somebody in a bedroom? Black hole! Died of old age. Rest in peace, black hole. Damn. God damn. Peter found the body. Found his older brother's dead body. That's sad. Was never married, never had any kids. Was the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Pour one out for Black Hole. That was a good dwarf. A good goddamn dwarf. Giant stone triangles are used for currency somewhere, are they? Tributes arrived. Five donkey cheese. Ooh, delicious. The dwarves will love that. Just let me know when you got it. Got it? Cool. Let's see where Black Hole gets buried. I didn't realize Black Hole was so old. That's a weird thing to say. I had no idea that this dwarf was so old. Oh, man. Man, I'm sad. It was a good dwarf. A grayscale version of this beer to pay respect for that dwarf. I mean, whatever works, man. Ay, 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 ay. Also, who's carrying the dwarf? Cooler the Second is carrying the corpse of Black Hole. Black Hole was a good dwarf. A genuinely good dwarf. You have to head out today? Well, cheers, Aqua. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being awesome. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow's my day off, just a reminder. But I will be on Sui's stream for a bit watching some E3 stuff. For Halcyon After Hours. Because that's what it is this week, is Halcyon After Hours. We'll be on Sui's stream. So just like today, except I'll be over there. And then I will be maybe actually hanging out with a friend tomorrow afternoon. Because he's vaccinated. So we can hang out for the first time since July? I think was the last time we hung out. Fuck. Yeah, tomorrow's Friday, right? Today's Thursday. It's been a week since my birthday stream. Which means next week there's more DF news. Curious what we'll get next week, actually. Part of the reason, actually, that I'm waiting a little bit before I talk with Tarn Adams again is because I want to talk with him once he's started work on the... I want to talk with him once he has started work on the military screen. Place item in tomb. Yeah, I mean, that's just what the job is called. For putting away corpses. Place item in tomb. It doesn't matter who you are. Or who's doing the job. Gotta brew some new drinks, because we're actually kind of running low on drinks. You've never seen Black Hole? What, the dwarf? Just died of old age. Not sure exactly how old he was. Ooh. Tribes of Midgard release date. That's probably something we'll do with team. That's kind of cool. A job for a clergy? What, place item in tomb? Not really. I mean, placed corpse in coffin is basically what the job actually is. Also, there's now a Death Stranding director's cut trailer out if you want to watch it. Hey, Nag. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. Just kind of rambling about E3 stuff and hanging out. Making fun of the Death Stranding longer edition trailer. You know, all the good stuff. Also, apparently Devin Townsend did a song with fucking Gojira. Yeah, I think we're doing good. Chat, how are we doing? Nag would like to know. That's actually, I think, the biggest caravan the elves have sent for us in a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think? 7. 7 elves and 7 livestock. Also, today's stream is flying by. It's already 2 p.m. You're going to Buzz? Good to know. You have a good night, Stone? Doing clean and fresh? Doing clean and fresh? Just fresh out of the shower or something? All I want for Longdeath is my new front teeth. My 2 front teeth? No. I want a hippopotamus for Longdeath. I want a mayor gremlin for Longdeath. Gremlin baby. You know, if I ever got a mayor that liked rock pots, I'd be in trouble. After a warm day. Those are the best, eh? All right. Let's see what these elves brought to trade once they're done unloading. But yeah, no, Stone, you have a good night. Thanks for doing all the paperwork as always. I will archive any more that we find. Although I will be back in a sec. I just gotta pull my insulin out of the fridge because I gotta do lunch in a minute. Back in a mo.
Jeez! everyone!
No! No!
Nuclear vessels.
Yeah, if you trick cheese, you get crypt wine. It's the kind of secret emote unlock thingy that people don't... Uh-oh. Sock smell has slipped into depression. Well, he did want the depressed dwarf. You're alarmed after seeing after reliving... So you have PTSD because you watched an Etten die. Well, great. A dead Etten? I don't know what ET net is, but an Etten is a two-headed giant. So I'm not entirely sure what an ET ent is that you are referring to. Also, Jack Narek and the Fonda have both become blacksmiths, which is cool. Cheese and wine is fine for dine, yeah. This is true. Spelling is hard. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. No. Yeah. If I have 50 dwarves in the fort, and currently we have 47 because dwarves keep fucking dying, Ettins and other mega beasts can show up. So I would like the population to get back up to 50, because then we could get like dragons and Ettins and bronze colossus and all that fun stuff. It's weird that all of the No More Heroes games are on PC now. That's very weird to me. Because in my brain, those are like Nintendo Wii games. Simplex, what the fuck are you doing? Conducting meeting with whom? Probably with this dwarf? Yep. Okay. So you're conducting meeting with an extremely depressed dwarf. All right. Well, we're going to take you off of being our broker and give it to Merchy Mal. Animal, you can get over here and do this. 80 for sieges. 50 for mega creatures. 80 for sieges. Although I could get ambushed, but I'm not at war with any elves. Merchy Mal is indeed still alive. Well, Merchy Mal was like a reasonably aged dwarf and has been like pretty mentally solid. Yeah, you're 149 years old. 149 years old, you're a little bit restless after being able to practice some martial art. Restless after a lack of abstract thinking, but satisfied at work. A little bit restless, but doing okay. Also, we need to deal with this dead owl problem. Because there's just a dead owl skeleton right there. Moving is exhausting? No, I agree with that. Alright, well, Animal, I need you to come to the trade depot and trade for me so that I can trade with these elves. All right, chat, so I'm officially hanging out with a friend tomorrow. That's weird to say. Man. Leave it there so you can cry about it later. Yeah, okay. Yeah. How are things actually with me? Up and down. Like, if you're being, like, completely straight and honest and wanting to know how I've been, up and down. It's been weird. I think I kind of hit... Yeah, exactly. What fucking year is it? All over the place. Like, I feel like 1 week I'm totally fine and super productive and doing great. And then the next week I'm super duper duper depressed. And I've been kind of flip-flopping for the past couple of weeks. I kind of hit rock bottom, I would actually say, about 3 weeks ago. And I've been kind of bouncing back since then. But long story short, I spent like 4.5 hours on a suicide hotline. So it was a long day, but you know, we made it through. I'm still here. That's what matters. Also had a long phone call with my little sister. Didn't sleep much that night. But I don't know. Like, I'm doing okay. They brought a lot of unicorns. A unicorn, water buffalo, or a yak, a unicorn, a rabbit, tree frog, a bull moose, gray squirrel, a wolf. They brought lots of animals. Sheesh. These elves are getting wealthy. I will buy all of their walnuts. So yeah, I've been doing a bit better than then. It's a process. It's up and down. Yeah, well, you know, brain not always the best friend in the world. And I've spent a lot of time alone with my brain. And anybody whose brain is not always the nicest to them can probably relate to that. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, brain's not exactly the nicest to me. And I try and do my best most days. And generally I do my best, you know? I've been pretty productive recently. I've gotten a few videos out that I'm quite happy with. I'm quite happy with how the video I did with Krugs turned out. The YouTube channel's kind of picking back up. It had a couple slow months, which is fine. That happens. There just wasn't a lot going on. I feel like I still feel like I'm not streaming enough right now. Which is a weird thing to say because I started doing like the 5 days a week thing instead of 6 days a week. And I genuinely feel like I'm not streaming enough, which is a very weird thing to say. I genuinely feel like I should be streaming more. But like outside of that, I think I'm doing okay. So I think I'm doing okay. Imagine retiring. I feel like I would go nuts. Like, realistically, like, if tomorrow I had enough money to retire, I probably wouldn't. Because I think I would just go insane. Right? Exactly. Like, it's like, what the fuck would I do? It's like, I don't know, become an alcoholic? It's like, man, like, my dad says that he wants to retire and go to university. And I'm like, touche. Touche. There's no time to retire. Yeah, I don't know. Working gives me a reason to exist. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably what I would do. It's like if I suddenly just had more money than I ever would need my entire life, I'd probably just do a lot of charity streams. Isn't that a tire pun? You do need to remember that this is a pun positive stream, right? Go ahead, Vic. We are the pungin. Like whenever you're in like Kiri or FG's stream or Jess's stream and you get put in the pungin, You're actually just being sent to my stream. Because that's all that we do here.
You suck.
Exactly. And you're paying me to use it. ETFs? You mean NFTs? Or I mean, if I won $1 billion, if I suddenly had $1 billion, I'd pay a lot of taxes. It's the first thing I'd do. But then I'd hire a lawyer and disappear, probably. That's probably what I would do. No, don't fuck non-fungible tokens, because just remember, non-fungible tokens, NFT also stands for non-fuckable token. You can't fuck non-fungible tokens. So you know, literally you can't not fuck those non-fungible tokens. Also, LaFonda posted this on Discord. Mood! That's all I have to say. You still have to pay taxes, my dude. Lottery winnings are pre-taxed, but you still have to pay taxes, and I would suddenly end up in a much higher tax bracket. Holy shit, I'm hanging out with a friend tomorrow. What planet do I live on? Property taxes? I mean, actually, you know what I would probably do if I won $1 billion is I'd pay off my parents' mortgage. And then like give $50 million to my parents. That's probably what I would do. And then I'd buy my dad a Tesla. That's probably like the first 4 things I would do. You went to a bar? Like, did you walk into it? Are you okay? Do you have a bump on your head? That was not even funny. Why did I do that? Such a low bar. I mean, it was hanging right in front of my nose. I had to hit it. I mean, that's like me running out of ideas and making egg yolk jokes, you know? It was the first time you were happy to order a Budweiser. You know, now that you say that, I still wouldn't order a Budweiser. But I would be happy to order a Corona Extra for the joke. I would absolutely order a Corona Extra. I've read that one 3 times and I don't get it, Freskin. All of these animals are being found starved to death because I'm dumping their cages and I didn't realize I had them. You know, they just got lost in my warehousing. Since everything was on back order? Really? Well, me and a friend are gonna go check 3 different craft beer places and see how busy they are and just pick the one that's the quietest one. But, you know. How's that bingo card coming along, Freskins? Let's do a big garbage dump sesh, and then maybe dig out a few layers on the glass tube. I'm a little bit worried for when I get to the caverns. Got a lot of stuff to throw out here. Chad, I hope you guys are still entertained by Longdeath. I'm not gonna lie, I do get worried kind of frequently that this fortress is just boring as shit. Man, Happy Pills, you're on just a... You're on a goddamn roll today. You're on a goddamn roll. Anyway, you're on a goddamn roll. I'm glad you enjoyed. You were going to shower 3 hours ago. I'm just gonna say this. Go fucking shower, dude. You'll thank us both. I'll still be here when you're done your shower. Just please go shower. I can smell you from here. Actually, no, I can't. But I can smell my microphone, and it probably smells worse than you. So you should go shower. You know what's the thing that I did yesterday? And I feel like an old lady is my mom gave me this massive lavender plant, which I posted pictures of. If it's water resist, you can take your phone in the shower. I do that too. I watch streams while in the bathtub and in the shower. I have this massive lavender plant that my mom gave me, right? So I took a bunch of lavender clippings, and now I have like small little containers of lavender throughout my apartment. My whole apartment smells like lavender, and it's lovely. I feel like an old lady now. I think I've just like become my natural state. It's really nice. I'm not gonna lie. This whole apartment smells wonderful now. I don't ever need to shower again because this place smells great. Wait. But no, seriously, it smells really nice. I think that's what I'm gonna do with all my lavender. Here, I'll to anybody who hasn't seen this massive lavender plant that my mom gave me. Give me a second. This thing. It's like a meter tall. Like, I don't know what to do with all of that lavender. There's so much lavender. There's so much lavender. And it's growing so fast. There is so much of it. It's shorted in the shower. Really? Well, I have the P30 Pro, and I've had it underwater in my shower, and it's been fine. Or underwater in my bathtub, and it's been fine. So, and I wash it under the tap all the time, and it's fine. So, yeah, I can't relate to that problem. I mean, yes. I drink lavender tea almost every evening. I also have like more mint tea than I know what to do with, so I've just been drying it because I have so much mint tea, which is amazing. Or rather, so much mint. My mint grows very efficiently. Yeah, there's lots of different kinds of lavender, Pilot. Maybe it was a defective one, possibly. I don't know. Like I mean, there's a video on the internet of somebody taking this phone and diving into a swimming pool with it while watching a movie and then coming out the other end of the swimming pool and the phone's still working. I could do that with this phone. It's that waterproof. Like, I've left it in the sink for like 3 minutes to like clean it before, and it's just been fine while listening to something on Bluetooth. Like, it's kind of wild how good that thing is. How long have you had it, Pilot? Since last January? Really? Damn. Maybe it's just not happy. It's okay. When it grows up, it'll be like my big lavender plant. Although, to be fair, I don't know how long my mom's had that lavender plant before she gave it to me. It got a bit wet. It got a little wet. Back in when you worked in a tea room, you were self-sufficient mint for most of the year, mostly for touring teas. Yeah, I mean, like, actually here I can show you my mint plant CCX because I don't think you've seen these, but that's licorice. That's one mint that was just chopped all the way back. That's another mint plant that was chopped all the way back. That's lemon balm, and this would have been off the camera, but I chopped it the night before. It's already about, I don't know, up to here again. And then this is a chocolate mint plant with a basil plant in the middle, but it's mostly chocolate mint. I have mojito mint, spearmint, and chocolate mint. It's alive, so you're counting that as a win for now. I mean, since we do know that you're a serial plant murderer, so yeah, that is a win. We'll take the win. Oh, Oxenfree 2 was announced. Alright, I guess I can close that now. Also, lava looking hot. This is my favorite kind of lava flow. It's kind of like that slow ooze. Mostly bamboo and stuff, but enough mint that you could use. That's kind of awesome, actually. That's kind of awesome, not gonna lie. Man. Find first cavern lair. Panic. No danger. Calm. The zeros move. Panic. Yes. I mean, you're not allowed to post those memes on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, so you gotta deposit them somewhere. Aw, satisfied while crying on somebody in charge. Poor socks. Let's take them off of that. Let them go do whatever. Got 87 lead statues that need to be placed. Okay, let's get to it. Brought water into a tight broken phone back into store. First thing they asked if is if it had gotten wet, and it was still watertight, but the warranty would actually be void if made wet. Wow, okay. So if it got what? So it's a waterproof phone that voids its warranty if you get it wet? Am I understanding what you're saying correctly? Because that seems like seems like they're covering their asses on that one. Because I can't say I've ever run into that particular issue, but that seems like a scam. It's like it's a fully waterproof phone that you can, where we advertise you dumping it underwater. Just no, dumping it in water will void your warranty. Wow. That's not exactly putting your money where your balls are. Do you know what brand it was? Now I'm kind of curious as to which company would do that. Which manufacturer would do that. Yeah, but what brand? Oh, it was the Sony one. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I guess they were one of the first ones that had the waterproof phone, but weird, man. That shit's weird. That shit is weird. No demands currently from the king. We're in late spring. Just slowly filling this massive hallway up with statues. Because, you know, what else are we going to do? It was very dwarfy. Yeah, no. I mean, I know which Sony phone you're talking about. Because I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, a phone that was just in the news everywhere that was like, it's a fully waterproof phone! And nobody bought it. And now it's just like all phones are fully waterproof. So, you know, they're all just that now. God, that is so many statues. I wonder actually, how much... lead do I have right now? Okay, I'm down to 337 lead. So I've improved that a bunch. I had like 1,500 lead before. So we've gotten that down a whole bunch, so that's good. There's now just more statues everywhere. There's now honor where no one else does say it's waterproof, but you dropped it in the soap on accident and it survived. Well, that's good. That's good. Well... That's all I can say. I just saw the thing that Diamond posted on Discord. See, this is how Diamond contributes to the channel. Maybe Diamond can't, like, you know, contribute heavily financially, but contributes with those fucking shenanigans. You know, the best kinds of way. The best way to contribute to a stream is just make memes out of it. Ugh. But yeah, no, I guess kind of just like wrapping back around to the previous conversation. I'm very, very happy to have a little garden. It's one of the best things that I think I got out of the pandemic was I'm going to start fucking gardening. I haven't counted how many statues I have. So I don't know. I mean, I guess what I could do... There's 2,327 constructed cat statues currently. And I have 47 dwarves. You do the math. I'll say it, Darren. Is that the one that got canceled? Yep. So yeah, that you can do the math if you want on that. There is another owl that is like bleeding in here. Let's go get it. Someone go get it before it flaps away. There's an owl there. We need to kill it. It's the dwarf's greatest enemy. Okay, never mind, it flew away. I don't know how it's flying. I guess her upper leg is mangled beyond recognition. Nearly 50 to 1. Seems about that, yeah. Which is pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's kind of a... Leg does not equal wing. Sure, but blood loss equal harder to fly. Where did I get all of that lead? From all of the Galena ore. Which is... you know, I also have a lot of silver that I'm getting from it, but you get like 5 lead bars for every silver bar that you get from it or something. It's pretty close to that. So I also have shit tons of silver, but most of that lead is, you know, coming from other place. All right, now we are on to summer. We'll see you when we see you, Animal. Go get that furniture built. Can't wait to see you up and running at full capacity. Animalness, there's a fruit fly on my monitor. Squish it. Got it. Jurassic World Evolution 2. Will it be shit? Taking a glance at it. Doubtful it will be good. Sorry, the first one just like pissed me off so much. Pissed me off so much. A lot of cool looking games coming up. Not gonna lie. A lot of cool looking games coming up. Hey, Black Rose. What's up, audio? Somebody mentioned Doctor Who Angels today, and it made you wonder how creepy it would be walking through that part of the fortress. What, this, like, this part of the fortress? Or the coffin lair? I mean, here's the thing. I know very little about Doctor Who. I know about the angels, or the weeping angels, or whatever they're called. And I really wish that they were in a cooler world. Because it's such a spooky concept. The things that move when you don't look at them. It's such a spooky concept. Yeah, don't blink, exactly. Speaking of don't blink, have you guys seen the game that like looks at you with your webcam and like moves the game forward when you blink? It's called Before Your Eyes. I kind of want to stream that, but I don't think it would translate super well. Pretty sure that's just a cat. I mean, no. Although cats, you look away and then you look back and your vase is broken. Or your plate is broken, or whatever was on your counter is now broken. Also, chat, I realized a travesty this morning. I'm almost out of coffee again. Because I've been drinking iced coffee recently, and because I watered down iced coffee with ice cubes, I put more coffee grounds into it, so I go through my coffee faster, meaning I'm almost out of coffee again. Anyone can watch it and enjoy it? Yeah, I've been told that. Although I kind of... This is nothing against Doctor Who. I kind of refuse to watch anything Doctor Who. Just because I kind of... I'm scared to start. Because I fear that if I start, I'll like it. And I don't want to like it. There's too much of it. You know, it's like... I don't know if I don't need another one. You know what I mean? I don't need more of that. If you could mail me coffee, you would. I might just do a coffee fund goal on Saturday. Just put up like a $40 goal and just be like 2 kilograms of or 3 kilograms of coffee, which is what that'll buy me. And then just order coffee. Might just do that. Hey, alligator. What's up? Those things. It's always nice to see Lime's emotes. You know, true story. My channel probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Lime's, because I was at a point with streaming way back where I was like, I don't know if this is worth the time that I'm putting into this, and I'd been streaming like every day for almost a year, and I got raided by Limes with like 500 fucking people. Also, the royal treasurer has arrived. And the human caravans have arrived. It's kind of one of those little quiet stories. It's like I streamed for almost a year and nobody knew who I was. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? I hit exit too quickly. On the wrong screen. Whoops. Well, I guess we won't be having any specific requests this year, so I bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Whoops. Oopsies. That's not good if you do that like 5 years in a row. It's fine if you do it 1 year. And we have another depressed dwarf. I'm just gonna send you home. Go home, dwarf. And just stare at it going, nothing to watch. I also refuse to pay for any more streaming options. I'm kind of with you, but I also don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. Not having anything to watch on TV is not necessarily a bad thing. Part of the reason why I refuse to pay for more streaming options is it's like, I get more than enough out of Netflix that, like, you know, I will watch like a series a month or like a movie or two a month, which is more than like what I'm paying for it. Plus my parents also use it. I think my parents are marathoning The Crown still. And like, you know, like maybe there'll be like 1 or 2 months where I don't watch anything on Netflix, and that's totally fine. But then like they'll release like a bunch of David Attenborough things, or like a really cool crime documentary, which I marathon in a weekend and love, or like they'll put out a new season of a show that I've been enjoying, and like there's enough on there that it's worth paying for, but like not enough on there that I'm always on it, which is something that I don't really want from a streaming service. I don't want to sit down every night and spend 4 hours watching TV. Like right now I'm kind of binge watching Fargo, which has been a lot of fun. Fucking enjoying the hell out of that show. But like, just because I was kind of looking for something to watch, but it's been a while since I've watched something, you know? Simplex got reelected once again. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. Chat, what's okay? I have a question from Pilot to the rest of you, chat. If you are a parent who is obsessed with British dramas about royals, why? I don't know. My mom fucking loves it, so that's all I have to say. My mom fucking loves it, so. Or if you have a parent who's obsessed with that sort of thing. The Sweet Tooth series? Sweet Tooth, as in like the guy from the Twisted Metal? Is that out? I mean, I watch like car restoration shows, so maybe I shouldn't judge people for watching that sort of stuff. But like seriously, I'm kind of with Pilot. Like I do not understand that style of show at all. Oh shit. I can't export crowns. Hopefully we just made no crowns. 'Cause if I sell any crowns, I'm in trouble. Seeing lots of scepters though. And what do you think of Canadian rednecks? That show, you realize that show is gonna be really good, Freskins, when he sets an engine on fire in the first episode. Oh no, Socks is throwing a tantrum. Socks is going to prison? They're Canadian rednecks. Literally, those are Canadian rednecks. So you can't say they aren't really rednecks. They're just Canadian rednecks. Or specifically British Columbian rednecks. It's a dystopian after bad event stories series? Huh. Okay. Red bandana to signify... see, here's the thing. Not all rednecks from the same parts of the world are the same, my dude. Rednecks are different in different parts of the world. American redneck does not equal Canadian redneck. So American stereotypes of rednecks are not Canadian stereotypes of rednecks. No, we're not talking hillbillies. Hillbillies are a different sort. They're further north. Back, exhausting meeting. Welcome back. You got reelected as mayor, so you still have your job. Perilous adventure to across the post-apocalyptic world. A lovable boy who's half human and half deer. What? Yeah, I'm good. Pass. Just pass. Just watch Rust Valley Restores. Commander Rainbow Ducky. Watch Rust Valley Restorers. That's what British Columbian rednecks are like. Although Freskins tells me that those aren't really rednecks, so I will disagree because I know a lot of people from that town specifically, or used to know a lot of people from that town where that show takes place who self-identify as rednecks, so. I mean, they must just have no better option, but, you know. These are dwarves we're talking about, so their options are limited, unfortunately. I think I'm just going to finish trading. That is a lot of shit being carried to the depot. Also, thanks to the person who bought me a coffee. Cheers. We have pity for those candidates as a mayor. I mean, here's the thing. We've actually had a bunch, like Animal was the mayor. We had a bunch of different mayors for a bit there. You must just be the best one, though, because they keep re-electing you. Because Darren got elected as mayor 2 years. Animal got elected as mayor. You got elected as mayor. And they kind of, like, alternated for a couple of years. But now you've had, like, a streak of, like, 6 or 7 years. So the dwarves must really like you. Gremlin for mayor? We need a gremlin first. I've only seen a single gremlin in this world, and it died to a forgotten beast almost instantly. almost instantly. That is a lot of crafts. Come on, dwarves. That's probably a secret weapon for getting votes, but it's probably helping. Like the possible future survivability of our fortress is definitely a positive note on the resume. That's for sure. I mean, it doesn't matter how you spell it, as long as I know what you're saying. That's what really matters. Also, just reminding anybody who may or may not have missed it, you can give $5 to charity for Aid for Palestine and get 1,019 games from itch.io right now. Just a reminder, because like it's pretty good, pretty good deal. Like, you'd be crazy not to. Okay, I'm actually deleting that last one just because I don't like the person in that last one. And I'm deleting the one before that one with the surprise Pikachu because it's just mean. Just an FYI, Diamond. Like, I do really like the memes, but, like, maybe, like, don't just be mean, you know? Hey, Domino. How was you? There's just vomit all over the floor, so this fortress is perfectly normal. It's weird to see you outside of Bellinair's chat. Well, I mean, just, like, don't call people asses, you know? Diamond, and try and keep that certain WWE star out of my Discord, because he's a shitlord. I mean, you don't have to. I'm just saying it's weird seeing you outside of Bellinair's stream. Digs up to, yeah, from a year ago, right? I mean, I had to do the same thing to add it to my account. I mean, we realize that it is the only lyric in your favorite song, Orange. That was a song, right? Where you just said ass on repeat for like 2 minutes? I'm pretty sure that's a song. I feel like I've seen that. I feel like I've heard that. It was like around the same era as LMFAO actually having some popularity. That party rock bullshit. Is that the other lyric in it? I don't even. Anyway, yes, we summoned you, Orange. Orange, I'll have you know, Hobo willingly didn't cheer more bits yesterday because he said that it would upset Orange if he wasn't #1 anymore. Just thought I'd let you know about that. Was very specific about that. I was like, well, I wouldn't want Orange to be sad. You're off your meme making high. It's all good, man. I do like the memes. I still think that the best one though is the button and the other button and Crypt Cry with the bees on both buttons. That was a very funny one. That was probably the best meme that you've done, in my opinion. It was a great album to use as a coaster. I don't agree with that, because then you'd have to have it in your general vicinity. You know, honestly, Party Rock Anthem was the first song that came out where I was like, "Oh my God, I'm not a kid anymore." That was like the point where I was just like, "Man, I don't like this shit." It was catchy, sure. Sure. You didn't like it, but holy fuck, it was catchy. I, I mean, it was an earworm and not in a good way. I'll say that. I mean, I feel you there on the not being able to get it out of your head and feeling like you need a knife to get it out of your head. Can't get it out of my head, might as well just cut it out. Although one thing I will say about that album is it did make for some pretty good it did make for some pretty good bad mashups with other artists. I heard a few of those that I really enjoyed. Or it was like mashups with other artists. Some of those were pretty good. There was a you know what, I'm not even gonna go into them. But you can find them if you go digging. There's some pretty good like all right, we're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you with a fucking anchor. You're all cunts and fuck you all. Fuck you. You're a fucking wanker. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you with a fucking anchor. You're all cunts and fuck you all. Yeah, Hailstorm. They really. Birthday. I don't know if you should be offended or happy at that, by the way, that they released that song on your birthday. They definitely didn't release it on my birthday, but your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks. Your stupid fucking ship can eat a bag of dicks. Although speaking of good music, fucking Devin Townsend apparently is doing a song with Gojira? Yeah, happily offended, as you should be, Belliner. Because your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks. You know what? You know what I'm amazed, actually? Is I'm genuinely amazed that Ailstorm hasn't done, like, a crossover event with Sea of Thieves yet. Is Sea of Thieves just too family-friendly for Ailstorm? Is that what's going on here? Because, like, frankly, it's weird to me that they haven't done that yet. It's styled to be family friendly, sure. But like, how much fun would it be just like blasting on giant speakers your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks while just like shooting them with cannons? Like they should play a concert in Sea of Thieves. They should just go full on Fortnite with it and just play a concert in Sea of Thieves. Although to be fair, one of the best while hot micing. Yeah, exactly. I've always wanted to, or rather, not always wanted to. I really want once the pandemic and shit's over and we can go to concerts again. I want to see Ailstorm again because there's something wonderful about "Fuck You with an Anchor" when it's just security pointing at the crowd and singing along. There's just something wonderful about that. It's like everybody in the pit just like going fucking ape shit, and then there's just all of the security guards just hanging out in the in the security pit, just singing back at you. The community is something else. I mean, totally. The community is, I'm sure, can get kind of rough in that game because of how easily accessible it is. But holy shit.
Avanis evening morning, depending on where you are, visage souriant.
$100 from Science Cheese, and they say, have a nice evening, morning, or depending wherever you are. Well, it's 2:59 p.m., so it's midday. That's a lot of fucking money. Holy shit, thank you. Like, cheers. Thank you. No, it's good. Concerts that big should not happen until 2022. Domino. Just straight up. Shouldn't happen until 2022, so Whackin' should get. But chat, can I get like 100 beers for that? Like that needs to go on for a while. Thanks a lot. Seriously. For helping keep this, whatever this is, stream funded. And thanks for the coffee money. I will definitely spend that on coffee. But no, big concerts shouldn't start happening for a while still. Small concerts can, in some regions, start happening soon. It's like I have tickets for 2 shows in November and 1 for September. So we'll see if that starts happening. Still a shame. No, totally. It's a shame that people haven't gotten vaccinated enough yet. Although one thing that I thought was kind of funny, a friend of mine, I'm not going to share this because like this is really close to where he lives, and it's somebody from chat, so I don't really want to out where he lives. But anyway, somebody I know sent me a picture of a local music venue that was doing pre-sale for a concert that's happening in October, and it said tickets are $15 if vaccinated. If not vaccinated, tickets are $999. Please provide proof of vaccination. Time zones are hard. It's all good, Science Cheese. Thank you so much. Also, like, thank you. Cheers. But don't apologize for doing that. That's been all over the radio. I've seen photos of that. Twitch is buffery as heck. It's not me. I haven't dropped a single frame. I was actually like about to go for lunch, and then that tip came in, and now I don't want to leave. But thank you. Can't go for a drive without your radio station talking about? Really? That's funny. Well, I guess I'm kind of outing where that person lives, but I won't say who it is. But I know somebody who lives very close to that venue. Although, that screenshot or photo that LaFonda posted on Discord the other night was pretty funny too, which is vaccines are a gateway drug to concerts. Get vaccinated and we can have concerts again. Somewhere between you and Twitch's CDN? Yeah, no, totally. I'm sorry if you're getting bumpy stuff. I'm 2 shots in, so a lot of people are way ahead of other people. Go get stabbed so I can go to a concert, please. Because I really want to go to concerts. Goddamn. I'm not going to go to any big venues. I'm just going to go to my local small venues. But, man. I just hope that the Wall opens back up. The Wall was a 65-person venue. And it was like shoulder to shoulder, like you're crammed in this tiny room. But some of the best shows I ever went to were in there. You have a good night, Diamond. Cheers. You're ahead of the idea to get stabbed to have concerts again. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I'm only where I'm at because of, you know, my body not working properly. So. You want to bring a brick with you? Brick with you? If I go to the Wall, I want to bring a brick with you. You don't want to bring a brick back with you? What? But yeah, no, like, I want the Aurora to open back up, too. And all the other small venues. Just another brick in the wall? Yeah, but, like, we're supposed to make walls fall. Not the other way around. But, you know. Because all walls must fall. What was the error, Domino? I've been getting a buffering error on Bellinair's stream recently because I like to have him up and lurking. And I'll tab back over and it'll just be like, error number something. Have to refresh it every so often. It's quite annoying. Ponder traumatic injuries, cauterization. Lots of dwarves reading. Although, on the topic of all walls must fall, go give $5 to Palestinian aid and get 1,000 games. Because itch.io is wild. It's probably closer to like 800 games, but... And there's maybe like 30 games in there that you might actually want to play, but... Go give some money to charity and play some video games. Considering Cosmic Express is in here, which is a game I've wanted to play anyway. So that's cool. All the dwarves are dancing. What dance are they doing, I wonder? The Umber Sweetness. An elvish dance. I mean, I could think of a few. It would be bad if Vancouver's seawall fell. It would be bad if that wall fell, because I need that wall there so I, like, can have, you know, my office. And if that wall fell, then my ceiling would probably cave in, and that would also be a problem. That man's got too much money to go to prison. Come on, please. That man's got too much money to go to prison. Although, this guy has got to go get lunch because this guy's hungry. So I will just say thank you very much to everybody for all the support today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I will be back in a couple of minutes. You guys can hang out and stare at the tavern. We're in late summer, meaning fall might happen before I get back. But hopefully that's not the case. I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to have access to the sound commands, now's a good time to use them, like Orange just started. And could I get a big round of beers? If you have cheese, you'll get wine. Beer beer.
Cheese for everyone!
Excuse me, Socks, are you okay? That's a very important question. I hope that you're okay, Socks. Considering you were saying that you were getting attacked by a giant water chicken goose thing. Also, I'm back. You heard honking? Oh, well, I mean, blame pilot guy. I'm still seeing like random game announcements popping up, but nothing really worth mentioning. That's B-Lug's sound, and B-Lug's on vacation. Although, B-Lug's on vacation, so I don't think he'll mind if I do this. What? There we go. Don't tell him I did that, chat. Don't get me in trouble. B-Lug's on vacation because, and the way he's on vacation is he's literally just turned off his computer and put his phone into airplane mode for a week, or for 2 weeks. Because all of his work is through the computer, right? So it's impossible for him to be at the computer without working. So he's just turned his computer off for 2 weeks. So he's reading a lot of books from what I can tell, which is good. He should take a break. He should get away from the computer for a bit. And sometimes that's difficult to do. At least I personally find it difficult to do. And now I just have these awful hiccups. I think I ate that sandwich too quickly. But I have to ask you guys, chat. For evening game, what do you guys think? War Sim? I was gonna say War Sim or Odd Realm, but I don't know if I want to play Odd Realm tonight. I'm trying to decide what to do for the evening. Trying to decide what I want to do this evening. You guys want War Sim? We could do some War Sim. I'm down to do some War Sim. Dune? I mean, you know, you say Dune, but I'm just sitting here remembering that, well, Funcom, makers of hit games. Oh, that's sad. You can't stand the world any longer, Socks. See that? But Funcom, the people who made Conan Exiles, are have the exclusive rights to make Dune games for the next like 10 years, which is weird. I absolutely despise. Why would I do that? Why would I actively hurt myself? I mean, that would be very easy. I could just play SnowRunner. I hate that game. I'd have to install it though. To the point where they almost offered me money, and I was kind of happy that they didn't end up selecting me to have money to play that game. Because I was like, That's one of the few times I've been happy I didn't get selected for a thing to get money to play a game. What happened to you? Or, oh, you're so depressed that you're not feeding yourself, meaning you'll probably just die? I mean, you wanted the old depressed dwarf, so you're the old depressed dwarf, and you're still doing what you're doing. You're old and you're depressed. So, you know, you're currently starving to death and dying of thirst. Not sure which one's actually going to hit first. Have you ever... Has anyone ever died twice in a stream before? No. No, I don't think so. You might be the first, though. How does that feel? You might be the first to die twice in a single stream. Also, autumn has come. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna live for another season, man. I think your dwarf is gonna die. I'm pretty certain your dwarf is going to die. You can tell when someone is new to Dwarf Fortress when you look at the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. You just see a thread titled, "I apparently have a necromancer, and now he's my mayor." Yep, that'll happen. The annual tributes have arrived. I mean, I would, but I literally can't because I have no mundane crimes that have been committed. I'd need an active justice pending crime in order to be able to put you into prison. So I can't actually do that. I need you to commit a crime to force feed you rock nuts. Group of Soaring for Stone, Part 1. And then the other humans. And then this is the big tribute incoming. The big tribute, the biggins. So they bring it in on a horse. That's how you know it's big. Ay, 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 ay. As per usual. Does that say what I think it says? 10 mosquito ichor. Chat, I just want to know. How many mosquitoes do you think died to fill a barrel with mosquito blood? I mean, because 10 mosquito ichor. Not enough. I think that's the correct answer. 10 mosquito ichor. That's a lot of, yeah, but like one. It's just a really big mosquito. Just one really big mosquito. Oh, man. I wonder what the population of mosquitoes in this world is. Yeah, we do have to ask how big the mosquitoes were. Yeah, you are correct, Hex. And were they were-mosquitoes? I don't think that's possible. I don't think you can have a were-skeeto. I mean, you could mod the game to have critter rares, and then you could have a were pond turtle. which would move very slowly and be delicious. Giant elephant man were mosquito. I mean, I'll pass, thanks. I don't really want to fight that. Although you can have forgotten mosquitoes, can't you? Because I've definitely had, like, forgotten beasts that are, like, insects. So could you have a forgotten beast mosquito? I feel like I just assaulted this rubber duck. I just shoved this rubber duck squeaker back into the rubber duck. Forgotten beasts can be critters? Okay, so then you could have a giant mosquito. Forgotten beast, then. There's a, it probably wouldn't be a buzz. It would probably sound more like a helicopter. Like, I'd imagine more like a boom, 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 boom. GeForce Game Ready Driver is now available. Thanks, GeForce Experience, for informing me of such information. Yeah. But yeah, no, I have a feeling that it would be a very much a loud, like, boom, 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 boom. Mosquito. Actually, no, you may have just found a appropriate use for the smeared out into a spiral option. I think you may have finally found that. I think that's actually, like, maybe the only appropriate use of that. It's a mosquito smeared out into a spiral. As we dye a whole bunch of cloth. And my king has no demands or restrictions right now. If we had traders right now, I could start selling all of my ballista arrows. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. The most freaked out I've ever been by a were creature was the one time I got a werewolf. I saw a werewolf, my brain exploded a little bit. I was like, holy shit, an actual werewolf in Dwarf Fortress. It's like the weirdest thing to be surprised by, but they're so rare. The odds the game actually selects a wolf is like nil. It's so small. Well, you're not dead yet, Socks, so there's that. Congratulations. There we go. Doing a round of clothing. Plenty of stuff getting dyed, plenty of stuff getting made into cloth. You're not dead yet. I mean, I just need you to tantrum and commit a crime, and then we can put you in prison. Then you'll have a chance. I have an odd question for you, Socks. Do you enjoy your dwarves dying? Because you always ask for the most depressed, upsettest dwarf I can find. So it's like it's a thing that you enjoy. You enjoy the process of watching your own dwarves slowly wither and die. I take that lol as a yes. I just think it's a funny thing to be like super enthused about. It's like, yay, my dwarf is dying, or I'm withering away. It's like, are you okay? Do you need help? You need to talk to somebody? Because like, I don't know. I don't think I'm a trained enough medical professional to help you. I'm a medical optimist. I can be optimistic and hope that you get better, but I don't think I can actually help. But you know what I can do is I can provide you with lava, which does actually help, especially if you jump into it. It's just a nice warm bath of ending. Look at that. It's metal as fuck. Just needs a band playing a concert on the side of that volcano, and it's A+ volcano. Mariachi band. I mean, I don't know. What's local to Iceland? Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. It's still the same volcano, yeah. Hey, Brander. Guess what? I'm not ending right as you tune in today. There's still some time left in the stream today. Quite a bit of time, probably, actually. We're only 6.5 hours in. Yeah, it hasn't really stopped. That one live stream has been going for 84 days now. And there's been eruptions every day for the last 84 days. It was kind of funny. They were talking about it in the live stream chat about how potentially that volcano could continue erupting for the next 10 years. Just because of what's happened in the tectonic plates around that volcano is it could potentially keep erupting for that much longer. And somebody in the chat was like, awesome, now the question is, can I continue to be this non-productive for the next 10 years? Which I think is really funny. Like, can I continue to be this unproductive for the next 10 years? I don't know, can you? I take that as a personal challenge. But how you doing today, Brander? I hope things are good. I hope such things are good. We're just doing a full rehash on all of our clothing right now for all these dwarves. Oh, King wants more blist arrows. Would you look at that? How many? Just one? Fully redoing everything. All of our clothing. No unnatural deaths today, though, so that's been good. We did lose one named dwarf, which makes me kind of sad. But we also had 2 babies in 1 year, which is also good. Although Socks might die twice in one stream, so nothing of value was lost. I mean, nothing in Socks' dwarves' value was lost, because he always picks the useless dwarves. But yeah, if you want to invest your tickets, you can do that. Yeah, I think we're going to do War Sim for the evening today. So I think we'll probably do another 30 minutes of Longdeath. And then we'll play War Sim until I get tired. So if that works for all of you, I think that's the plan for today. I think that's the plan. And we will continue our evil run from like a week ago in War Sim, where we were just trying to see how evil I can be without the game just insta-gibbing me. I'm kind of surprised the game hasn't killed me yet, actually, based on all the shit that I've done. So I have a feeling we might just like start and then just to get immediately murdered in our sleep because everybody hates us. You've been trying to get rid of your migraine all day? Have you had water? That's sometimes a problem for me where I'm just like, I have this awful headache and I just can't shake it. And I'll just feel like shit all day. And then like, I'll realize that, oh, I actually feel okay. I'm just really dehydrated. Oh no, I was the only investment and I lost. Well, boo. It's a good thing nobody else jumped in on that train because that would have been a bad investment. Okay, so you have had water? Well, I don't know. That's a difficult one. Like, what's causing a headache? Could be any number of things. Yeah, usually for me, if I have a really bad headache, it's usually because I'm dehydrated. And I just need some water. How's the leg, by the way? Are you able to walk on it yet? Or, because I know you said that it was raining today, but... So no going outside, but... Are you able to walk at least a little bit? Because I hope that's improving. I love watching how all these dwarves when they're super busy. It's like it's more hypnotizing than Factorio to me. It's just so satisfying watching all these dwarves just run around and do all their tasks. Go from shop to shop, moving seeds, grabbing stuff. Doing what they gotta do. I think I just saw Socks fall into depression again. Did I see that? Yep, Socks just fell into depression again. You poor fucking soul. You poor, poor fucking soul. You're just like rocking beer. Just let me drown my soul in what's left of this barrel of Plump Helmet wine. Although, to those of you who may or may not have been here earlier and missed it, should chuck $5 into that pot. Because it's only going to be up for another day, 9 hours, and 22 minutes. It's 1,019 games for $5 towards Palestine aid. So go give some money to a good cause and get 1,019 games. Not that you'll ever play any of them, but there's a lot of them. And there are some in there that you'll play because they're good. Notably, Hack. Hack is very good and in there. There's a few other interesting little games in there, too. I mean, come on. Like, no human being could reasonably play 1,000 games. before they do that bundle again. I put on a truly... This is Sock's most recent thought. I put on a truly splendid item. I am ambivalent. She's just, you know, she put on a truly splendid item and she's just ambivalent. There's no way that you'll play all of your games. It's more about give money to a good cause versus like, you know, buying games. If you happen to play some games, a game in that bundle, it's already worth it, right? But, you know, I'll need to dig into that bundle a little bit off stream and see if there's anything in there that I'd like to play immediately. But yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say for most people. Most people who are in situations like me will never play every single game in their Steam library. I need a nicer mic stand. Fuck this thing. This thing is not strong enough to hold my microphone up. I just don't want to spend $150 on a mic stand. Ugh. You know, I've had this same microphone stand for, I think, about 7 years. Actually, it's done pretty good for itself, but my God, it's starting to show its age in more way than one. Well, I mean, this is a $20 mic stand. This mic stand that I'm using, but an actual nice one that doesn't make sounds when I bump it, like this. That has all the proper noise dampening and like you don't hear it when you bump into it, is about $150 for me. It's about 150 bucks Canadian, so like, you know, 120 US ish for an actual nice mic stand. That would be an upgrade. I mean, of course there's like $30 and $40 ones, but the kind that here, I'll show you the one that I'm using if it pops up. Nope, it doesn't. It's too dark for this camera. Yeah, but no, they're the ones that look like cranes. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm using. That's what this is. It looks, you know, like the Pixar lamp. It's like that, but minus the lamp part. It's like just the stand that the lamp would be on. But really nice ones are like 150 bucks. The really nice ones with all the proper sound dampening and like if I touch my desk, you won't hear it type thing. And every now and again, I'll like put up a video on YouTube, and at some point in the video, like put my hand down on my desk, and you'll hear it on the mic, like, and they'll be like, "What the fuck was that sound? It sounds like there's an earthquake going on." I'm like, "No, it's literally just I bumped my desk," and that's it. Sock Smell was stricken by melancholy. Goodbye, Dwarf. You're dead. But no, I mean, when you're talking about like enthusiast audio gear, yeah, that stuff gets expensive. It doesn't matter like what piece it is. Like this piece of foam to cover this microphone was 20 bucks. And it's just a piece of foam to cover a microphone, right? Like that's all that this like pop filter is. It's literally just like a foam condom that goes on this microphone. It's probably worth about 20 cents. You know? So it's like, that's just kind of audio gear. Audio gear is expensive, especially when you're talking like studio grade audio gear, like the really nice stuff. Like, it's not cheap. I don't know. I think maybe next big expensive audio gear upgrade I get is I'll just fucking buy a new mic stand. Once I have budget again. Well, it's not that it's a luxury product. It's three things, right? It's a thing people use for work, first off. Usually it's being used as part of somebody's job. So it's usually a tax write-off, so they can bump the price up a little bit much. Second, it's a niche product, so there's less people buying it. Actually, I think right now there's probably more people buying enthusiast like microphone gear than maybe in the last 20 years, probably, just because of the rise of streaming. But even still, there's not a lot of people buying like Rode microphone stands. There's not a lot of people buying like pod mics. They're buying like the Razer and the flashy mics and the heavily marketed stuff. They're not buying the more like core enthusiast grade gear, which is the stuff that I have. So it's like, you know, it's like my audio interface is a Zoom interface. It's not a, like, I'm not using like a Go XLR or something, right? Like that's the stuff that they're like, my interface that I have is $140, right? That's how much it cost me. And it has almost all of the same features, minus like the automatic dials that and like the voice modulation stuff, because I don't care for that. It has almost, aside from those two things, it has the exact same features of a Go XLR, except a Go XLR is $300 for the small starting one, which actually has one less input than my audio interface. If I want the big one, that's like 700 Canadian. So like that's a luxury product. The stuff I'm using isn't the luxury products, because the luxury products have like the big fancy lights on them and are fancy colors and shit. These are just enthusiast grade audio gear, which is, you know, not super heavily used. Whitcoat has become a child, meaning you can walk on your own now. So that's good. Let's see what clothing you go and get. Kind of curious. Oh, never mind. You're already fully clothed. Perfect. But you're getting new clothing. Well, it's not that I made good choices. It's just I'm frugal. But I actively make my life difficult for myself because of the choices that I've made. You know, like, there's a lot of gear. You never was asking yourself if there was an earthquake. No, I mean, it was just one single YouTube person, but I think you guys are much more aware of what my setup looks like and what I'm doing with my hands because you see me on camera. It's more the people of like who just listen to my DF news videos and that's it. It's mostly those people. But it's like I make my life harder for myself because I buy the enthusiast gear instead of buying the heavily marketed, more expensive stuff. Like I have a hotkey panel which lets me do this, right? Just by pushing a button. It would be a lot easier for me to use a Stream Deck. The difference is a Stream Deck is $300 Canadian for a bunch of fucking buttons on a panel, and this was $89 Canadian for a bunch of fucking buttons on a panel. So it's like, but in order to actually make this thing work, I had to like create a virtual keyboard and route keys, hotkeys from the virtual keyboard into OBS, which requires me running an extra piece of software, which took me like 3 hours to set up. Whereas if I just bought a Stream Deck, I probably would have been up and running in 20 minutes. So it's like, you know, it's just like I probably could very easily have a green screen behind me if I use the Elgato like folding green screen. But I don't want to spend $250 on a fucking sheet. So instead I go for the blackness of the void. Because the audio foam is like $60 for 128 panels. Just cover a whole fucking wall in this shit. Done. You know? So, I don't know. I mean, like, I could have bought nice lighting and fancy studio lighting, but instead I bought a fucking $15 makeup ring and pointed it at a wall instead of getting like actual nice soft lighting. So, I don't know. I intentionally make my life harder for myself by buying weird shit. But then again, Just remember, I did save all of that money, Orange. I also spent $20 on a rat plushie just to remind people that I played Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Literally, that was the only reason I bought this fucking plushie. Was to tell people that I played Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Worth it? I think. I mean, like, see, I saved all this money on audio gear and then I spent it on like fucking rubber ducks. You know? Oh, Jesus. Fun fact of the day, 1859 is the year that the so-called Pig War border dispute between the Americans and the British over the San Juan Islands began, the beginning of the death of the namesake pig. What? Also, hi, Pi. How are you? Priorities? Well, I mean, I also make you guys count to 1 million on Discord so that I can stay Discord partners so that I got a free mug in the mail for Christmas. That's called employing slave labor. Speaking of chat, can you keep counting? Because my stats are down this week. Electrical components for audio equipment aren't too cheap either due to the quality requirements and the semi-low volume production. No, totally. And it doesn't justify the high price, but it's also a factor in the management goes in the percentage of the margins. No, totally. I mean, like, it also highly depends on, like, what brand you're supporting, too, right? Like, you know, this microphone that I bought is a Rode microphone. This microphone is $175 Canadian. It's the Rode Pod mic. It's a very nice little microphone. It's a very nice little XLR microphone. And it sounds great. And it's small. It's dense. It's a very well-made piece of kit. You know what costs 3 times as much as this little microphone? The Elgato fancy streaming microphone, which I see dozens of streamers, including my cousin, using. The thing fucking has RGB lighting and glows in it. It, like, has pulsating colors if you want, like, some weird pulsating light bulb under your chin while you're streaming, I guess. Yeah, it's RGB. Razer also makes one. They're 2 of the top selling microphones on the internet. And they're, like, $350. What? 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 Why? I mean, I'm not gonna say that, but you know, you do what you're into, right, Orange? But seriously, the thing like pulsates from color to color. Also, Cooler's giving birth to a girl. 3 babies in 1 day. I'm so happy. Chat, does anybody want to be this brand new baby girl? Cooler's beautiful, beautiful little daughter. Currently named Einod. Anybody want it? Any dibs? The cyberpunk wall triangles? Sort of like those, yeah. That's one thing to call them. You still don't know what the fascination with those super triangles things that everyone seems to have these days? Yeah, I mean, okay, so those stupid wall triangles, they're very expensive smart lights. Like, I have smart LEDs in my apartment, so I can, like, double clap my hand and the light will turn on when I have them enabled, which they're not right now. And I can do other things with them, like they can do the multicolor bullshit. I literally leave them in like a dim, like soft color because it's easy on the eyes and it's much easier for me to see than with the overhead lighting in this apartment, because the overhead lighting in this apartment is oppressively bright. So like the nice soft LEDs are so much nicer on my eyes, but like they're never like pulsating weird colors. I could do that. I could make them into an awful strobe show if I really wanted to, but I don't. So, like, there is, like, use for some smart lighting, but, like, yeah, no, I don't understand those fucking triangle things. But Cyrolac 2. Cyrolac 2. She is the daughter of Cooler and Critty, and she is a worshipper of the fuchsia and a worshipper of the fuchsia. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is weak, and her hair is wavy. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her extremely long eyebrows are high. She has very low cheekbones, and she has a scratchy voice. Her small, lobed, narrow ears are somewhat short, and her cobalt eyes are slightly wide-set. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. and sees perseverance in the face of adversity to be bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't respect a society that has settled it into harmony without debate and strife. She can be very single-minded and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She has little interest in joking around, and she often feels discouraged. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and is not often swayed by emotional appeals. She is slow to anger and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Welcome to the Fortress, Sirlac 2. It's good to have you back. But yeah, no, those weird fucking lit triangles that everybody has, it's like, I fully understand the appeal of smart lights because I literally own some of them. But I own them more because it's like sometimes I'm really high and I want funny colored lights in my apartment. But also, generally, it's just it's actually easier to cook with that dim lighting than it is with the super fucking bright lights. But that being said, my smart light strips were $10 each, and I have 2 of them. Those triangular light thingies are fuck off expensive. Like, they're so goddamn expensive for what they are. For, like... It's sort of like my neighbor who has a 70-inch TV on his wall. On the second floor of my building, around in the corner of the back of the building. And every time I've walked past there, past 8 o'clock at night and glanced in there, he's playing Fortnite. You have a 70-ish inch TV, and you're playing Fortnite. Like, come on. What a waste of perfectly good screen real estate. But also, you also got a cheapo RGB LED strip and attached to the hue adapter thing to it, plus via Philips. But the original Philips LED strips are insanely priced, and you'd never pay that. No, totally. I mean, I didn't buy the Philips ones for a reason. I bought a cheapo, like, $20 brand because it's literally just, it's a strip of fucking LEDs. Like, come on. I mean, you could do way better than me on your 72-inch TV. You could do better than me on your 72-inch TV. But I am flattered that I'm taking up all of your 72-inch TV. That means that when I'm in this mode, I'm probably, or rather, when this thing works, when I'm in this mode, I'm probably bigger than I am in real life. It's a weird thing to say. We're into winter now. Of the year 247. We started year 245, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Weaving all those threads. We're done making all the clothing. That's a lot of clothing that we made. Jeez. Oh, I hate you, Orange. You know, I don't generally ban people for bad jokes, but that one hurt. That one hurt. Also, I walked into that one, so you know. I think you owe me $1 for that one. I'm just gonna put it out there. Shame? Nah, I mean, well. That's for you, Orange. Big meanie. Look at my audience, bullying Streamer. Streamer did nothing wrong. I'm just here trying to be entertaining, and he's just throwing these needless insults at me. What a big meanie. This guy. This fucking guy. Oh, dear. You know, it doesn't suck. That volcano. It spits. I don't know. What is a volcano doing? Burping? Vomiting? Spitting? Puking? Fuck it? What are we fucking? Orange. Erupting? I mean, naturally. Simulate Mebin. I think there's some instruments I need to buy. Oh, were you going to make another joke out of spits? I mean, you'd owe me $1 a joke at this point. Even if I walk into it. I'm not actually going to hold you to that. You don't owe me anything then. Spitters or quitters? What? What? So someone just posted on the Twitch subreddit that Netflix costs the same amount as Twitch Turbo and $2 more than Hulu. To those of you in the America, how much is Netflix? And then I'll tell you how much Netflix is in Canada. Because it's $19.99 over here. It's $19.99 for Netflix here. It's fucking $19.99. All right, well, you got 4 more bad puns that you can throw at me now, at my expense. Thanks, Orange. Cheers. Thanks for the $5. Cheers, man. $8 to $18 according to your plan on their website. It's fucking wild that some people get to only pay $8.99 for Netflix. That's wild to me. Absolutely wild. Absolutely fucking wild. But like I said, I think we should say peace to Longdeath for today. It's what? 2 new children, lost a few dwarves. It's fine. Australia. I mean, Australia is very similar dollar count-wise to Canada in a lot of cases. Medica. Australia is very similar. We're not done with the stream. We're just swapping games. We're going to be jumping over to War Sim for the rest of the evening, which is a text-based king management game. Hi, Squawk. You're a crown.
Hey, I'm A. Hey, I'm a general. Hey, I'm a genie. Hey, I'm genuinely. Hey, I'm a genuine fart.
Hi, Squawk. How are you? I don't know why, but that voice made me very uneasy for some reason. The way she said fart just freaks me out, and I don't like it. Thank you very much. One more day of shit job into the freedom zone. What are you gonna do tomorrow night when you're done? When you're out? Yeah, like she couldn't decide if she wanted to say it, but you have a crown now. Looks good on you, man. Looks fucking good on you. Also, holy shit. Look at that.